robbers and the crook.
Well, actually.
Yeah, I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked, cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just to by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind. To the videos, they thought I was a black guy. That's hard to get over. I'm foreigner in the sport, but I'm fully devoted. I don't take it for granted that the door's been open. I knew I was different, I knew I was chosen. A breadwinner, but I'm soft-spoken. Authentic like a 5950 and there's no cap. Let's have a toast to that. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the They done baptized the bad guy. Still don't follow religion. The fabric's not average. The cotton's Egyptian. 500 for the shoes, come dirty, but the European. Less is more and less is the bank. Up the score, I pull up from trade. From the tray, I'm ballin' like Trey. Do what I can, I do what you can't. I wrote this 30,000 feet up, 10 toes stay G'd up. I'm tryna get that type of wealth, like a house on the hills, can't see us. Say the money still me. Stay humble, stay teed up. I don't tell you how to live, so don't hit me with no weak stuff. And if you know the deal, then you know the deal. If it's real, then you know.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't subscribed to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you.
And I'm glad I'm able to help raise up a community of black men.
My name is Mumia Obsidian Ali. I am one of the, I guess you could say, founding fathers of the Black Manosphere, as well as the Black Manosphere Conclave. Shannon, Rawls, Theo Waff, and myself, we all came out of Kevin Samuels' private members-only Facebook group. Theo had this crazy idea of teaching black men what he had learned in the tech field.
If you're resistant to change, you only want to do one thing or one way, yeah, you're not going to make it.
This is about taking men, black men, and making them better men.
There's guys who want to work on an island without a group, and I say to them, it's not going to work.
We can take hold of our finances. We can then take hold of what we do, and we can live life anywhere around the world.
You are taking care of yourself first, so then you can help others.
We have to learn how to communicate. We have to learn how to engage.
Black men don't need anybody but other black men to make this happen. I made a G today.
But you made it in a sleazy way.
Was it worth it? Definitely worth it. Get off that island, and you need to get out and network.
My mandate is to be an advocate for black men.
We can get further, faster, collectively.
If you can't find what you want here, go where you are celebrated, brother, and don't stand where you're being tolerated.
Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually.
Shout out to all you brothers that are here. Actually, shout out to all you guys that are here once again. We got a great live stream tonight. This is Saturday evening. I hope you guys are having a great night. Hope you had a great day. There's some wonderful things that we love about the lovely ladies. A lot of great, amazing things. not just motherhood and not just their aesthetics of being sexy and beautiful and wonderful to the eye of man. There are a lot of great things about women. The ability that they have the ability to overcome some of the things that they've overcome over the last, let's say in the United States, 400 or 500 years. Also, the fact that women are up and coming in a lot of areas. They're doing a lot of great things, whether they be Latin women, Asian women, or the ladies of the Afro-Colombian community or the African-American community as well. A lot of wonderful things have been invented by women and created by women. Women are the mothers of creation. Without them, there will be no filters or not filters necessarily, but incubators for all of us to enter into this thing called planet Earth. Somebody had to bring you here. God chose them. But at the end of the day, there is one curse that I have found among all women. My wife, your wife, my mama, your mama. Women in Central America and women in South America. Women all the way in Southeast Asia, all the way to Europe. Doesn't matter. Women hate taking accountability. We're going to talk about that tonight. And why is it that many of you men think because you get your passport that curse of womanhood won't follow you? And I'm here to tell you, gentlemen, no matter where you go in the world, you will struggle to find a woman that easily takes accountability. Now, I got to give Mrs. Spence credit where credit is due. She's starting to learn the process of taking accountability. She has no problem with that. But there are a lot of women that aren't taking the steps to be able to do that. So tonight we're going to talk about that because I don't want you guys to have the misconception about that certain things are only in the United States. My point is, no matter where you go in the world, a woman is a woman is a woman. We're going to talk about those 10 things tonight. We got some videos for you guys as well. Thank you guys for supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, with your super chats as well. We appreciate that, guys. The monies that go towards the Children's Cancer Foundation, as well as going towards helping the channel and the brand grow. We got the book coming out next week, Anywhere is Possible. So I'm excited about that. But at the end of the day, we're going to focus on the topic. Let's get some music going, shall we, gentlemen? Let's get some music going. This is going to be a great live stream. This is going to be a fun one. This is going to be a fun one because I do have 10 things that we're going to go over first of why women just cannot stand taking accountability. Let's get the beat going first. We got 23 people in the building. Shout out to you guys. Glad that you're here. I like you. Make sure you click that like button to like us too. Let's go to the top where my man Don, aka the Don JP, is in the building waiting for us already. Shout out to you. Good evening, Andre and Andrea and family in the chat here on this channel. Chat Lives Matter. This is going to be a good one. Oh, yes, it is. It's got to be that good. We got Poor Man 313.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Them Detroit boys were at it again, and you know how we get. You know, and we got Snuggles? What? Oh, man. Here's to you. Ronan is in the building. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. Make sure you drop the link to your channel, guy, Ronan. And could you do me a favor, drop the link to the channel for Fearless as well, so because you guys work together as a team. So make sure you drop the link to both of your channel, you guys' channels, so we can subscribe. Support Black Male Media, gentlemen. Support Black Male Media, like my man For Profit Store does. Shout out to you. He said, good evening, Andre and chat. He said, ready for another great show by the best in the travel game. And tonight's topic, even though we're talking about accountability, gentlemen, we are talking, this centers around travel. You know me. I don't want men to come to other countries with a misconception that certain things that tie women together don't happen in other countries. They actually do. So don't get lost in thinking that, well, women in the United States, well, guess what? In South America, it's the same thing. In Europe, they going through the same thing. In Asia, talk to them boys. They're going through the exact same thing that we go through. When it comes to women and accountability, it's like kryptonite. Saying I'm sorry, saying it was my fault, saying I'm going to do better, saying that, you know what, I see your point. That's kryptonite. So we're going to talk about 10 reasons why women think accountability is kryptonite. We're going to watch some videos. You're going to see what other individuals have to say about it as well. My man Style King in the building. Shout out to you, always styling. Shout out to you, kind sir. Salute to you. Speaking of style, cologne of the evening is L'Homme Ideal. It is a very, very good cologne, man. They have a collection of colognes. So you can tell I put a nice dent in this bottle, and I will be sad when I run out of this bottle. So I'm going to get another one that replaces it. And they have another one that has that plum scent that you guys know that I love. That's my favorite gourmand scent. My number 2 is coconut. My number 3 is pineapple. That's where the Creed Aventus and all those other ones come from. And my number 4 gourmand that I really like is the honey scent, or vanilla or honey scent. I like those scents as well. Really good gourmand. So anytime you hear somebody say, once again, you hear somebody say they got a gourmand cologne, that means that it's just based off of a food. It means it's based off of a food or a liquor. It's just a gourmand cologne means that it has a scent of a food. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to my man Tevin King in the building as well. Shout out to you. And my man T-Mac. Shout out to that brother right there. Salute to Dre in the room and the Ronin Travels. Yes, sir. He said, Semper Fi, my brother. Hope I said that pronounced it correctly. Shout out to you being here. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to my man Fardy in the building with the $2, showing some love. He said, only 10 reasons. I had to stop it at 10. I would have been out all night long. I would have been all night long discussing the 10 reasons why women around the world just shun, fear, quiver at accountability. There are very few women. I kid you not, man. I'm be honest with y'all. One of the things that makes Andrea attractive to me to this day is she works on trying to be accountable. I could easily say there's about a good 30-40% of the time Andrea is not going to be accountable. She will look you straight in the face, just like any other woman say, wasn't me. And you looking right at her like, Andrea, that was you. But the other 60% of the time, I can see her putting in the work and saying, you know, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean that, or I see where you're coming from and things like that. So I can't say she's putting in the effort. But there are a lot of women that don't. Shout out to my man Tony Tone with the Heart of Stone. Brothers tried knocking, but he wasn't home in the building. Shout out to you, Antonio. Shout out to you. Once again, my man Big Brother in Life is in the building. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. And Abdullah being here as well. Appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you being here. He said arrogance and pride. Let's look at the list. Yep, that's up there. Yeah, that's right there. Arrogance and pride. Yep. You guys are calling right out the gate already. Shout out to my man Montrez in the building as well. Yes, sir. I'm going to have to write that down. Cambodian oud. I've got so many oud colognes, man. I mean, straight ouds. But I haven't tried Cambodian oud. Yes, let me write that down. See, I'm always on learner mode. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channels. Ronin Travels. Shout out to you. Thank you very much. Style King being in the building. Appreciate you, brethren. Appreciate you. We say thank you for showing me some of Cali. We say Andre is a real one. Watching for La Flora. Yeah. Oh, man. Yes, sir. It's nice out there. Nice out here in La Flora area. It really is. It really is. There's a few of us brothers out here now. There's a few of us brothers. I count now. Just in my neighborhood, like 4 or 5 brothers just in my little neighborhood, little area. Shout out to my man Dollar Bills, Dollar Bills, y'all in the building. We doing it right. And man, what? And man, Max here. Dang. Okay, Dre. I gotta keep my game up. We got We got Mad Dollar Bills, and Mad Max. He said, looking forward to another show. This is going to be a good one, guys. He'd say, right here, many blessings to you guys and everyone in the chat. Blessings to you, kind sir, as well. Blessings to you. Once again, guys, tonight's topic is about women taking accountability. I mean, DJ Davis is in the building as well. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, brother. I came across an article while guys are coming into the live stream for the next few minutes. I just came across an article I want to share with you guys. It's about the status of Americans living outside of America. The new American dream is to get the heck out of America. I'll say that again. The new and improved American dream is now, how can you get out of America? And so many of us have done it. Let's look at some of the stats that they have out there on. Let's go back here. Let's remove this and bring this to the forefront. Right here, remove this. And statistics about Americans that live abroad. This was a really good article, so I figured I'd share it with you guys while some guys are coming in before we get started with the live stream. This was written February 2025, so you realize we're just going to scroll through some of the stats, man. It's estimated, like I always say, over 9 million Americans live abroad today. Over 9 million of us. Some settle down permanently, while others spend just a few years before returning. Their reasons vary. For some are seeking better job opportunities, lower cost of living, or a new adventure. Others move for love, family, or education. So let's look at some of these stats. It's 100. It says we're not going to look at all of them, but it says there are over 144 stats that they have on American expats. This was kind of cool right here. The early wave of Americans leaving the United States, and us black folk was part of it. The first move of black folks leaving the United States, of people leaving the United States in America, was during the gold trade or gold rush time period, where you had people that would go, some would go to California for the gold rush, but others went to Australia and South America for the gold rush as well. So a lot of people did that in search of fortune. Missionaries, diplomats, and traders start going to foreign countries right around the turn of the 19th century. But earlier than that, after the Civil War, many freed African Americans left the United States for freedom, for new lives. Some moved to Liberia, a country in West Africa founded by free slaves hoping for better opportunities than they had in the United States or in the U.S. So there were many of us that did leave the United States. They don't talk about that. I'll say it again. They always want to talk about all the black folks that was crazy enough to stay in the United States. I won't lie. I wish my people had left. I wish that the Spencers and the Taylors, in which I get my last name from, I wish they left. I wish my people had left and I was born in another location sometime. But then I think about all the great things that I've been able to accomplish by being born in the United States and having that American dream and that American desire. I wouldn't have got that anyplace else. So it's plus or minus when it comes to it. During the post-wars, by the 20th century, after World War II, many U.S. soldiers, so the U.S. soldiers stayed in Europe and Asia and didn't come back. They were like, we ain't going back. During the Cold War, Americans moved overseas for diplomatic and business reasons. That's when the first movement of businessmen started going over there, working for embassies, military bases, and multinational corporations. So during that time period, during the Cold War, which we all know was during the Reagan administration, that's when a lot more Americans start moving and becoming expats as far as business was concerned. Let's go past some of this. How many are living abroad? It says right now, they said as of October 2024, at 5.5 right there. And then you have an estimated about 4.4 million citizens reside overseas. with 2.8 million of them are eligible to vote, which I actually do. Of course, I'm eligible to vote. But the highest estimates, just like they said in the article, and like I often say, there are over 9 million of us total that are around the world. The average age group, let's check this out. The average age group, anybody that's over 65, just 23% of you leave the United States. 35 to 44, 21%. You're the highest group, 35 to 44. 45 to 54, you guys only 20%, but those of us who are over 55 is only 19%. And the smallest group is the Austin Holloman group, which is the 13% and the 1%. Only 1% of young people that could get a passport actually use their passport and relocate outside the United States. And these are outside of the military stats, guys. These stats are outside the military. And here's the information right here. I'm going to drop this article for you guys as well. Right here, education level. Check it out, guys. It says that of the expats, 9% have a PhD, 41% have a master's degree or post-grad education, and 44% have bachelor's. There are guys that do have their education, and there are guys that don't have their education as far as secondary education. But for the most part, that's pretty good. That means 90% of Americans living abroad have at least a bachelor's degree. 90%. That goes to show you that those of us who travel, we're the individuals that are willing to learn. And I'm not just talking about with a degree. I'm talking about we're willing to go to other locations and continue our learning after we get done with school. It's not a coincidence that the people who are inquisitive, the people who have been groomed to know, to want to know, to want to learn, to want to explore, are the ones that are taking advantage of their passports. A lot of individuals, that's why I said Aisha, Keisha, LaWanda and them from the hood, they ain't going nowhere. This also includes the passport sisters. Do realize this. We may look at the passport sisters like they're crazy because they're so big walking around here, but at the end of the day, many of them have their education as well. Shout out to my man JG in the building and my man Bobby representing. He says there are several black people who fought for the British in the war. This is true. Of 1812, he said they relocated them to Canada and Trinidad. I didn't know that. Shout out to you for that bit of trivia. Let me make this a little larger for us. Okay. Income-wise, the average American expat. I told you I don't take as much as it does in the United States. The average American expat, 60% make less than $75,000. 66% make less than $75,000. Now, that takes you back to the tax break that I'm always talking about. What did I say that the tax break is for this year? Where all the money is free all the way up until $126,500. $126,500. We get a tax break. That means all our money until we hit that threshold is 100% tax free. Let's go back here. 66% make less than $75,000. Then another 47%, they make less, and these are expat, make less than $50,000. This is why I always say 98% of all expats that live outside the United States don't pay taxes. We just have to file taxes. We just have to file the paperwork. But we don't owe taxes because most of us, as you can tell, don't hit the threshold of $126,500. Now you got the Theos and other brothers that may do that, but most of us, we don't. We don't. Many American expat work in highly paid industries as far as online finance, tech, and education. The rest of them are pension, like the military, retirement savings, and Social Security. This house, just in case you guys ever wonder how do expats finance themselves, Most of the time, they've got a job working online or a business online in finance, tech, or education, or they have retirement funds, pensions, or Social Security. The median salary in the U.S. right now is $80,000. But yet you can live like a king outside of the United States for less than $70,000 and less than $50,000 a year. If you ain't trying to crack that $80,000 in the U.S. right now, it seems like times are going to be tighter and tighter. When you could go to another country and you can actually live good with less than 50 or less than 75, and you don't have to pay, and all that is tax free because you didn't hit the threshold of $126,500. How long do the average person stay? Oh, how long? Oh, well, among whites. Wait a minute. How long do Americans stay abroad? Okay, here we go. I don't know why they put this right here. Well, let's put it like this. Most expats are white. Only 7% are black. That's why I keep telling you guys, you are blessed among men. You guys are rare. 12% are Latin, 14% are Asian. Then you have the Middle Easterners and the Pacific Islanders. But 59% of expats that have been traveling the world and living their best life are white folks. White folks ain't told us nothing. They just left and they told us nothing. They got us stuck in the country thinking we got something going on. I be listening to y'all be talking like America is all that, and white people just leaving. Elon Musk trying to get white people to Mars. And y'all keep on just jumping up and down and acting like living in the United States is all that. Okay, white people ain't saying that. I'm gonna say this again. White people aren't saying that. They're getting dual passports. All right. 66% of Americans live outside the U.S. more than 10 years. 17% of them moved before they were the age of 21 years old. Wow. Short term, only 10%, around 10% of expats are gone for the next less than 6 months, like students and like they're going overseas for school and things like that. More than 5 years because of job contract. Then they go back to the States. I don't know why, but they do. More than 5 years, 44% of Americans stay over 5 years. And then, in regards to retirees and others, 23% say we ain't never going back. We ain't never going back. These are the locations where Americans live in North America, like Canada, the Caribbean. These are the percentage of where Americans live. As far as expats, like if you don't live in America, you live probably in Canada or Mexico. And then the number one spots, we're going to end it right here with the number one spots where Americans go to. There are almost 1.2 million Americans that live in Mexico alone. So when Trump talked about building a wall, I was laughing. I'm going to say that again. When I heard Trump talking about building a wall, I was like, dude, come on, stop it. Mexico should be the one building a wall. And now Mexico is starting to close its gates and let Americans in. It's going to be hard for America. You got Canada number 2, UK number 3, Germany number 4. So like I said, I'm going to drop the link to this video. And let me see something. One more thing. I mean, not video, but link to this information. There was one more thing I want to show you guys real quick. They were telling the reason why Americans are relocating. Oh, these are the top places around the world, like in Asia, South Korea, Japan, Philippines, China, Thailand. Only 27,000 Americans live in Thailand. That's it. When it comes to the Middle East, Israel has the most. Turkey has the least. And I hear some great things about Turkey. It's a few brothers and sisters. Let's look at South America. Brazil has 50,000 Americans. Argentina has 35,000. And there are only 25,000 of us here in Colombia. We're a small pool, gentlemen. Blacks and whites, we're small pools here in Colombia. But I was trying to find that link in Africa. Let's look at Africa. South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, and Senegal. We got a very small pool of us in Africa. And then the Caribbean's DR is number 1, Jamaica's number 2, Haiti's number 3. This is what I was looking for. Reasons why we are leaving. Reasons, I'm going to end it with this one. Reasons why we are leaving. Once again, tonight's topic is about women around the world not willing to take accountability. But we're looking at some stats about expats. Let me get this for you guys real quick. I don't know who's come in yet because I'm looking at the article. Number 69%, think about that. 69% say for a better quality of life. 53% is number 3 for political reasons. They just tired of the political landscape in the States. Adventure in new life experiences, 56. Improve work-life balance. That's so true for many of us. That's 49. A lower cost of living. I would have thought that was like much higher, but only 48% of us are going for the cost of living. And many of us who are ex-military, Social Security, long-term investment holders, they're coming for retirement. And there is a pool of the 23% of people that actually go. I'll see how they came with all these numbers to add up to 100, but I understand where they're coming from. But there are 24% of people in the world that realize that there are tax breaks for us expats, so you might as well take advantage of it. Might as well take advantage of it. I'm going to drop the link to this video. Like I said, it's 122 or 144 facts about expats. Shout out to you guys. There's that article. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. Get a shout out to all you guys with the super chats. Appreciate you guys. My man Evan is in the building. Appreciate you, brethren. Appreciate you. He said, women's biggest enemy is other women. It is true, my friend. And feminism. And I can even put their gay friends in there too. Ladies, your gay friend is between your girlfriend and your gay friend. I don't know who is the one that's going to keep you single the longest. Your gay friend going to tell you are a queen of the world. You don't deserve that, girl. You are the queen of the universe. Your girlfriend going to call him a dog. He dirty. You shouldn't have been with him anyway. I told you not to date him. Both of these people are liars, and they don't know the true story of what happened because you ain't going to tell them the truth, so they going to lie to you too. The only person that don't lie to you is your straight male friend. Now, he going to tell you straight up, you stupid. Yes, sir. He says that single women keep other women single. 'Tis true. He said, just like the Godfather said, execute order number 66. Yes, sir, from Star Wars. Shout out to my man Brooklyn Tail in the building. Number one reason is that they used to cheat. That's a good one. Hey, who are we to say no? Who are we to say no to what this man is saying? He said, hey, number one reason thus far, as far as I know, they're going to be using it for cheating. Well, let's go to the list and see. Then we're going to get to the videos. I want to hold you guys up tonight. You know how long-winded I can get. Number one reason is ego protection. Yes, women around the world, they do it to protect their own egos. They don't care nothing about the truth. They can care less about the truth. It's going to hurt their little pride. They do not want to take accountability in that area at all, in any area. If they feel like it's going to hurt their ego. So the thing that you got to do when it comes to most of these women around the world, and I kid you not, guys, is global. It's global. Is to allow her to be comfortable with telling the truth. Because if she knows that it's going to bruise her ego, she would not say sorry to you. She would not apologize. One thing that I've learned with Andrea, which makes her slowly start to take accountability over the years, I don't hurt her ego. I don't make her feel bad for admitting that it was her fault. And I'll also make sure that if it's not that serious, she knows that I know it ain't that serious. But I appreciate the apology. Number 2, emotional justification. She often feels override by facts, making excuses to deny the facts. We see this on live streams all the time. You see the ladies on the panels, or you see them on stage in panels, and the guys could be giving them 100% statistical facts, and they will sit up there and deny the truth just in the name of denying it. How many times do we see that on Kevin Samuels? We will sit up there and Kevin will give them 100% facts. How much do you weigh? What's your dress size? What's your height? You ain't gonna get no man. And all of us in the audience would know that fat short chick is not gonna get a 6-figure dude, 7-figure dude. But she will deny and lie about the truth that's right in front of her that Kevin had just told her. That's another reason why they don't take accountability, because they care nothing about the truth. Number 3 is socially often excuses women make. Socially often excuses women mistake as more than men. Oh, that's true. Women are more prone to give an excuse for something, but no explanation. One of the reasons why they will not take accountability, because they got a pocket full of excuses, but no real explanation. None. They will sit back and they'll tell you this and they'll tell you that story. They'll even go off topic. We see this a lot on the panels. But sticking to the topic and bringing actual facts to justify why they're not taking accountability, they don't do that. They just give you a bunch of excuses. I saw a brother who had been married. I was just looking on Facebook. This brother had been married to a white lady. Shout out to that brother. They were celebrating their 31st wedding anniversary, right? He had posted a picture of their wedding when he was in the military. They were both young and everything. And you should have heard the sisters in the comments. Your mama black, your sister's black. Why couldn't you find a black queen out of all the women in the world? You had to marry a snow bunny. What would Dr. Umar say? None of this had to do with man celebrating a 30-year marriage in a country that marriages are falling apart. And him and his wife made it 31 years. None of those women in the comments celebrated that, because they didn't want to take accountability of the fact that a lot of you sisters are running brothers into the arms of some of these white women, and they don't want to hear that. So they would rather put this man down with all the excuses that your mama was black. That has nothing to do with anything. I mean, GJ says, even if Eve didn't take accountability, he said, even if Eve didn't take accountability, do you expect any of our offspring? This is true. Shout out to my man 0 milligram being in the building. Hola, hola, hola. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go to the next one. Number 4, reason why women do not take accountability globally. They fear being judged. You ever see on a Pop the Balloon show, all it takes is one? I can't think one time on the Pop the Balloon show where it was just one person popped, boom, by herself. And she was willing to take the judgment. What happens on the Pop the Balloon show? One got a pop, boom. The next 6 got a pop. It might be 1 or 2 women left, if that. Why? Women follow women for no reason. And one of the number 1 reasons they do it, because they don't want to be judged by their peers. That's why women love to lie to each other. That's why they would rather hear their gay friend and their girlfriends lie to them. A woman would destroy a great relationship listening to her girlfriends lie to her over somebody that's going to tell her the truth. She's going to feel like she's being judged. She's being scrutinized. Women do not take accountability because it's their shield away from being honest with themselves. And most of them do not want to be honest with themselves. Number 5. The next one is why they don't take accountability, because it's so easy to blame you. It's easy to shift the blame. My dog did it. It was because I was young. How many times have we heard women say that? Girl, how many kids you got? 3. How many baby daddies? 3. How old are you? 49. How old is your youngest? 6. I was young. Wait a minute. You got a 49-year-old. You 49. You mean that you had your last child at 42, 43 years old, Janet Jackson? There is no, I was young. You got 3 baby daddies and 3 kids in a lifetime. And they will use an excuse, I was young. Anything they have to say, they will shift the blame on you. It's the black man. That's because they love a white man and a white woman, and they hate black women. There is no statistical record, no YouTuber, black male YouTuber has ever put out a video or made a statement about hating black women, ever. On TikTok, nowhere. Nobody's put that out there. Nobody's even formed that type of behavior. Nobody's been on the mic like, oh, those cursed black women. Nobody's done that. Every dude that has something to say about black women, white women, Latin women, no matter where in the part of the world they are, most of these guys use statistical analysis. They use facts. If we're talking about everything from Cardi B messing around behind her husband's back while she's pregnant, to Tia, who left her husband. These are stats, ladies. This has nothing to do with, y'all only talk about that because y'all hate black women. No, ladies, you're just shifting the blame. Instead of taking responsibility and accountability, you're just shifting the blame. So you guys will find that quite a bit when it comes to ladies, and I mean around the world, guys. Do not be surprised. Dude, that one's gonna hurt a lot of you guys' feelings. When you come to the reality that women around the world have a tendency of not taking accountability. Now, I'm not saying it is as bad as in the United States, but I am saying that it does happen. The next one, number 6, is a manipulation tactic. Yes, there are some women that just don't take accountability because they dirty. They don't give a dang about you, the truth, your feelings, their family feelings. There are women that will sit up there and argue with their mama, their grandmama, and auntie before they take accountability. They must manipulate and control the narrative in the room. The reason why we're talking about this, like I said, we're going to get to the videos, but the reason why we're talking about this, gentlemen, is because I don't want you to feel like you have to settle for these ladies. Continue to be a man of standard. I don't care how fine she is. If she's a woman that can't take accountability, dump her. Because if she can't take accountability before you get serious about her, she dang sure ain't gonna take accountability after you're serious with her. A lot of women just like to manipulate. They like to play mind games. They like to use word salad. By the time they get done talking, you actually think that it was your fault, that she cheated on you. Women always blame us for the divorce, don't they? It ain't never their fault. They file 80% of the time, but it ain't never their fault, is it? Not one time. They had nothing to do with their divorce. When she left you as in just a breakup, did she blame herself or did she blame you? She blamed you. When Tia left her husband, this man was raising a family, they had been together since they were young. She just, I want to be in the streets. Left her husband. Didn't put any blame or responsibility or accountability on herself. Put it all on that man. He ain't like the streets. I need to see what the streets are like. There are women that will try to manipulate you guys. Don't fall for it. Do not fall for it. Ronan says, utterly ridiculous and still blame the man for their situation if it's bad. But if it's good, it was all of them. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Evan says this. He said they would use shame, insult, guilt, that's sign language, and the need to be right to deflect accountability and logic. That's another thing. And logic. Christian feminists and single moms are the worst. Yes, they are. But it will be right there in the Bible. Submit to your husbands, ladies, as Christ, as the church submits to Christ. It's right there in the Bible. Ladies, submit to your husband as the church submits to Christ. I ain't submitting, I ain't obeying. But then they want to criticize the African sisters when they say, I want to submit to you, husband. I love you, husband. You're an amazing husband. Thank you for providing for me and the family, husband. They will criticize our African sisters and the ladies in Asia and the Latin sisters for being submissive to their husbands. But then when the crowd and say that they're Christians in the same book that says submit ye unto your husband, they ignore that part. Yeah, that selective reading of the Bible, they love that one. He said they will use the Bible against you if they are losing the argument. Absolutely correct. And then if they're losing the biblical argument, they'll just say to you, well, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Why? Because you're making too much sense. And the shame, then they come once again with the shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. He's absolutely correct. Number 7. Number 6 was manipulating you. Number 7 is avoiding consequences. Women do not like to understand that there are consequences for their actions or lack thereof. There is so much protection, especially in the United States. There is so much protection for women. All women got to do is cry. That's it. Cry in the white community. Karens. Keisha in the black community, all she got to do is yell and cuss at everybody. Keisha don't cry in the black community. Your mama, my mama, she wouldn't cry. Your female friends, my female friends, your girlfriend, my girlfriend, they don't know criers. But they will yell at the top of their lungs and cuss out everybody in the room, knowing that they're wrong. No, there are plenty of times I saw my mom wrong. I'm like, Mom, you wrong. You know you're wrong, right, Mom? My sister, wrong, still cussing and fussing. There are plenty of women out there. One of the reasons why brothers ain't dealing with sisters no more, because they don't even want to take accountability. But they will yell, they will cuss, they will fuss, and they will use sign language at the top of their lungs. And Latin women in the States do that too. They will yell at the top of their lungs at you, Mookie, as if they're right, just to avoid number 7, taking consequences. Realizing that there are consequences. If you sow that wrong, you're going to get paid back. But in the United States, there are so many golden parachutes for women that there are very few consequences. A woman could holler, think about it, guys. Let's be for real. A woman in the United States can holler, grape. He raped me. Or he was violent with me. You're in bed sleep. She can get out the bed. You ain't never touched her in 10 years. Her or the kids. Bruh, you in the bed sleep. You had a long day at work yesterday. She can actually go down to the police station, file a restraining order. You get up, you ain't even know she was gone. By the time you wake up, she making breakfast and everything or brunch. You leave for work. You come back home tired. All the locks in the house have been changed. Police pulling up behind you. How you doing, officer? Sir, we have a restraining order for you to be at least so many yards away from this domicile. That happens all the time in the United States. No proof, no nothing. Women are so protected in the States that they never understand that there are results or repercussions for their actions. In other words, they feel like they don't have to take accountability because there are no repercussions or no consequences for their actions. And many women are like that. There's another group of women that feel like that. Pretty girl privilege. Now, this one I can say easily is because of us. We treat pretty women, beautiful women, differently than we treat average women. That's why pretty women can feel like they can say certain things, get away with certain things. Even pretty women that you know that you will never smash talks to you as if you had a chance. And you ain't got a snowball chance in hell sleeping with that woman. But she talking greasy to you. How many of you guys know some beautiful women that are ugly on the inside? I know plenty of them. Beautiful on the outside, gorgeous. Some of the ugliest women I have ever seen in my life on the inside. Beautiful women don't think there's consequences for their behavior. A man is to love a woman like Christ loved the church. Absolutely correct, too. Absolutely correct. Montreal says this. He said, majority of women, American women, want to be married, but once they get married, they don't know their roles as being a role of being a wife. That's so true. He said, man, don't give a fuck about what color the pussy is. Ask Captain Kirk. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know exactly what you're saying. Yes, sir. Rona says, utterly ridiculous, and still blame men for their situations if it's bad, but if it's good, it was all them. I did it all myself. Which heterosexual man don't like pussy? Correct. Correct. He said the sisterhood told us black men don't own them, and they were free to do as they please. And we honored their request. He's correct. Number 8. The reason why women shun accountability because of how they were raised. If the mama and the grandmama don't take accountability, and you saw granddaddy and them were the ones that had to take accountability, what do you think the ladies of in our generation and the generations after us are going to do? A lot of women, they were not raised to be wives. They were raised to be girlfriends. Yes, I'll say this. Let's be honest. I can't tell you about another community. And for all you ladies out there, I'm not saying this because I hate black women. I know how y'all think everybody hate black women. We're the most unprotected. They always want to pull out the violin. We are the most unprotected, the most used, the most, and then we the most. People only ask black women, no matter what race, people only ask black women to improve on 2 things. You ever notice that? Has anybody ever told a black woman you need to improve on being beautiful, other than weaves and stuff like that? But I'm talking about their natural beauty. Nobody tells black women that they got to prove on natural beauty. Nobody. Black women are gorgeous. Has anybody ever had to tell black women, well, y'all need to prove on taking initiative? Nobody has to tell that to most black women. They take initiative. What are the two things that people tell black women no matter how they look? Around the world. If they can improve on these two things, they could move to the top of the food chain. Attitude and that mouth. If you can learn to control that mouth, ladies, and change that negative attitude, the universe will open up to you. But as long as you give generations and create generations upon generations of negative women, in other words, you don't groom women in our communities to be wives, that's why you all make such terrible wives. And then here you go, watch this, ladies. What do you say after I said that? I just said you make terrible wives because you weren't raised to be one. Not that you're a terrible person, but you're a terrible wife because you weren't given the skills. What do you think? What do most women say after this? Well, you guys weren't made to be husbands. That's lack of accountability. Instead of pondering on what I just said, women will sit back and say, well, you wasn't made to be a husband, or we both have. How many times have we seen that in comments? Well, men and women have something to work on. We know that. Stick to the topic at hand. We're talking about women tonight. Women love to move the totem pole. They love to move the pillar. Guys, don't let them do that. I'm gonna tell you guys something. One of the reasons I keep a pen with me, because I used to get on live streams and panels with women, and they would move the goalposts so many times that I sat back and I said, you know what? I'm writing down the original goalpost. So I didn't care who talked. When it came back to me, I will always veer it back to what the topic at hand was. Because if you listen if you listen to Anton Daniels and his panel, shout out to Anton, those women are all over the place. They're just all over the place. And then when it's time to take accountability, they often use the same excuse. Well, we all have something to work on. Men and women can need to improve. Well, men have that problem too. Ladies, the subject matter at the moment is, why don't women take accountability? Now, if we do a show tomorrow, why don't men take accountability? Cool, but that'll be men, and that will be tomorrow. But today, can you stick to the topic at hand regarding you? And women can't do it. Women can't do it. And many of them, because of how they were raised, their upbringing. Shout out to my man Jay Anderson in the building. And my man Easy. He said, I'm an hour late, but I'm in, fellas. Salute. Yes, sir. Salute to you, kind sir. And appreciate you always. Shout out my man Easy in the building. He said, that's why they do. He said, that's what they do and believe. Yep. Brooklyn said this. He said, I was at a party. He said this girl was being rude while drunk. He said, I left shortly after because I understood this is how you get set up by a hyena. Facts. This is how you get set up by a hyena. Yep. Facts. Sometimes you just gotta leave. I mean, T-Mac said this. Shout out to you guys with the super chats. He said, I warned my mother and her bad diet and eating so badly. She went to the doctor and they said that she was pre-diabetic. She blamed me. She blamed me for putting bad on. Boy, you done put the hex on me. You done put the hex on me. You done put a root on. You put a root on your mama, boy. You're wrong. You done put a root on your mama. Instead of her weakness for sweets. That accountability hurts their feelings, boy. Number 9, they just react emotionally. Guilt or shame may trigger defensive mechanisms. They use lack of accountability as a defense mechanism. As a defense mechanism. They don't want to feel shame. They don't want you to see that they were raised to be like that. They don't, so they just start using sign language and emotion. Yelling all over the place, getting louder and louder. And you're looking at them, and a lot of times women don't know. They think that they actually win the argument. This is probably the funniest thing about women for me. Women actually think they win the argument because we walked away because we don't want to hear that ish no more. We don't want to argue with them about the lie that they tell. So they actually, yeah, go and walk away. Yeah, go on. You know I'm right. Go and walk away. And you be thinking to yourself like, this heifer just don't know. I'm walking away because the football game come on in 15 minutes. She just don't know. I got a choice. Argue with this fool for 30 minutes or get ready for the football game. Woman, I got to go to the car and get me some beer. What are you talking about? I am not about to argue with you knowing that the playoffs start in about 15 minutes. I got 15 minutes to get to the store, grab me some beer and snacks, and make it back. You're going to be mad by your dang self. How many times have we left a woman mad by herself? Leave them mad by themselves. They get angry. What's the number one thing that you can do to a woman? Ignore her. Man, ignoring her is worse than DV. You ignore a woman, man, they ready to tear up the whole building. Don says this. Don says, he said, when they have their period, it's 100 times worse. Like Godzilla tearing down something, tearing down the buildings like Hulk. And they actually think they win because we sat back and said it ain't worth it. Men, men are like the art of war. Pick and choose your battles. When you see her sit up there, rah, you like. But here's the kicker. They think that they won, so they do it again. And then when we snap, they like, why are you talking to me like that? Wait a minute. I'm just imitating how you talk to me like the last 5 disagreements we had. I just played cool the last 5 disagreements. But don't think that I can't rah either. And always remember, the Lion King can roar a lot louder than a female lion. Don't ever get that twisted. They think because we don't roar back immediately that we gonna keep on putting up with this and putting up with this. Like I said, I'm the type of dude, you gonna come home and some extra hangers. You yell at me too many times you want to. Don't worry about it. I ain't yelling back. I'm a man. I ain't about to argue with no woman. You just come home and you looking for my clothes and you looking for me. You come home with some extra hangers. It's a whole closet, nothing but hangers in there. Because I'm gone. And I ain't no comeback kid. I don't do no comeback. Well, come back home. I ain't like you dudes. You dudes be going back home, not me. And this is the type of dude I am for real. Female act funny, and I've done this a couple times. Female act funny style. Dude, I ain't got no problem with it. I will have a whole new apartment already set up and waiting, completely furnished and everything. So when she gets to acting a fool, all my stuff, half my stuff is already in the new apartment anyway. Yeah, I don't go through that. We about to yell at each other and call each other out each other's name in the name of love. Number 10, power dynamic. Like we were just saying, avoiding responsibility can be a way of maintaining control in the relationship. Some women want to maintain what they believe that they have control. I was watching a TikTok video, women on a panel, and they were saying, is it just me, girl? Or do we let men think that they run the house and we actually are the ones that are in control? And they started laughing. Yeah, girl, we the ones that's in control. And I put a comment in the comment section. I said, ladies, you do know there's a difference between a leader and a manager, right? Just because we're wise enough to see as leaders, because a leader can see this, that you guys make good managers of the household doesn't make you leader of the house. I'll say that again. Just because it makes a woman a good manager of the household, you take care of a lot of stuff for the house and for the family, doesn't make you the leader of the household. You create a home, yes. I give you the home to create. I'm the one that's out here taking the slings and arrows of life. I got a job too, yeah, but yours isn't like mine. Your job always has to have air conditioning. Mine doesn't. If I lose my job, I don't necessarily have to have a job with AC. Women, 99% have to have a job that has an air conditioning. So at the end of the day, like I said, Andrea makes a great manager of our household in our home. It's my job to be the leader of which direction we're going to take this thing called life in this house. And she expects me to lead. Not an ego trip, not a I'm better than her type of thing. But she expects me to be man enough to be able to say, we're taking this lifestyle that we have in a particular direction in a particular time of the year. Like, okay, this time of the year we're doing this, or in the next 5 years we're about to accomplish that. In year 10 we should have this. That's a leader. Women don't think like that. Yeah, baby, in 10 years, when last time y'all talked to a woman, she was like, yes, in 5 years we should have. No, they don't talk like that. They manage the now. You lead the future. They manage the now. You lead toward the future. The last thing I want to say, other than the power dynamic, guys, that term that y'all use, partner, my wife is not my partner. My wife is my wife. I am not my wife's partner. I am her husband. God called me to be a husband, not a partner. That term partner that you guys like men are starting to get comfortable with, and I'm seeing y'all using a lot, stop it. That term came from the LGBTQ in the 80s and 90s and 2000s when it was still illegal for the LGBTQ to get married. So instead of calling them just relationships, they called each other partners. This is my partner. Then they were able to get married years later. But prior to that, LGBTQ used that term partner. So unless you are part of the LGBTQ in your marriage, men, stop using that term partner. You were called to be the man of the relationship if you're not married, and you were called to be the husband. The word husband in its original translation means gardener. You are the gardener. You're the one that makes sure that all the weeds stay away and all the poisonous plants of life stay away from your household. You are the gardener. You are not a partner. It's not two husbands and two wives. Well, sometimes I'm the wife and sometimes she's the wife. No, that's a partner. You guys aren't in business together as a partner. Now, you may have a business together, but when you're off work and outside that business, business partnership of a real LLC, that's a partnership. But as far as in the house, no, you are a husband. I married a woman that wanted a husband, not a partner. I'm going to say this again. I purposely looked for a woman that wanted a husband, not a freaking partner. And she married a man that was not looking for a partner, who was looking for a wife. I was looking for a wife, not a partner. Dude, stop saying that ish, bruh. Women say it so much, you guys have been repeating it. And a lot of times, can I be honest with us? A lot of times we repeat stuff that our women say because we've been hearing it because of pillow talk. Your wife gave you that good that night. And then she gave you some good again. And for months, she was giving you good. And during the pillow talk after sex, Y'all be talking about relationships, and she kept using that term partner, and then all of a sudden here your butt go in a barbershop somewhere and you using that term partner. And you don't even know where you got it from. Pillow talk in bed with your girlfriend or your wife. Stop it, fellas. Because this is one of the reasons why relationships are coming to an end. Why? Because partners are replaceable. Husbands aren't. Partners are replaceable. Wives aren't. Nobody said, you know what, man? I'm just looking for a good partner, except for LGBTQ. They're the only ones that still run around saying, I'm looking for a partner. I want to marry a partner. And women use that term. Every time I see somebody talk about, yeah, man, me and my wife, man, that's my partner. My wife is not my freaking partner. In business, yes. Outside of business, hell no. She's not my partner. She's my wife. She's an excellent wife. I'm an excellent husband. I'm not her partner. I'm her husband. In business, I'm a partner. In life, I'm her husband. That's what I was called to be. There's nowhere in the Bible where God says, partner, love your wives as Christ loves the church. Partner, submit to your husbands as the church submit unto Christ. Abraham did not send his sons out there to look for partners. He sent his sons out there to look for a wife. Isaac sent his son out there not to look for a partner, but to look for a wife. Jacob didn't send his servant out there to help him find a partner. He helped him find a wife. The Bible doesn't say King Solomon had 700 concubines and 300 partners. It said King Solomon had 700 concubines and 300 wives. Jesus said, if you leave mother, father, land, property, and wife, for me, you shall see eternal life, or see the kingdom of God. He was talking to the disciples when it couldn't them going out preaching, because they were kind of nervous, like, man, I've left everything. And Jesus was encouraging them, hey, fellas, I know y'all left everything, including your wife. He didn't say, I saw you left everything, including your partner. So if Jesus is not saying partner, God is not saying partner, in none of the religious texts, whether it be the Quran, the Bible, and other religious texts, the term partner is not there. Husband and wives are there, but not the term partner. Who the hell are we to let modern women in LGBTQ convince us heterosexual men to use this term partner? And I'm seeing it more and more and more, but only in the United States, Canada, and UK. Ain't nobody else in the world talk about no dang partner. Just y'all, because y'all so weak with that pillow talk. Good sex and pillow talk all the time convince men to say stuff that they never would have said in the first place. I can always tell when a man's been around a bunch of women because his dialect begins to change. He starts to say things that I've heard women say. For example, the word sassy. Men wasn't using that term. You were pillow talking with a bunch of women in the States, and all of a sudden now men are calling other men sassy. Men never said that about another man. Why? Because you knew that will end up in a fight, right? You call another man sassy, you might as well call him a sissy. Because that's how it sounds in our ears. They both the same to us. What's up? But because y'all been pillow talking with them women in the States so much, now y'all walking around calling grown men sassy. But then y'all want to go to other countries and take that same demeanor to the Philippines. A lot of you guys don't realize a lot of the stuff that you learn from being with the women in the States is going to be on a plane with you heading to another country. And y'all wonder why some of the women in other countries don't look at American men like we weak, like we lames. And we like, what do you mean we weak and we lame? We treat you better than your local men. No, you don't. You softer than our local men. In your country, you're a man. In our country, you're weak. We love good old fat. As long as a woman give us sex and pillow talk, we'll repeat everything that women say. I noticed that about men in the United States, UK, and Canada. We love to repeat what a woman said to us in our ear during pillow talk. Take that same statements and those same conversations, and we'll say that stuff subconsciously in the barbershops, at the pool hall, at the cigar bar. And then wonder why people in other countries look at us like we're the softest men on the planet. Let's get ready to go to the video, gentlemen. First of all, let me go to the, make sure I didn't miss anybody. Make sure I didn't miss anyone. I got T-Mac, I got Evan. He said, when I was a kid, my mom used to shame me for liking white women. Wow. He said, I told her I see why my dad. Hey, you sound like something I would say. Hey, me and you. Sometimes when you got a single mama, man, you got to say certain things. I'm gonna tell you something. When you got a single mama, they ain't got no man around to tell them, Mom, you tripping? Okay. I'm gonna put a 1 in the comment. You guys who were raised by a single mom, have you ever had to tell your mom in a slight way or in a nice way, Mom, you tripping? I know I ain't the only one that had to tell my mom, you tripping. And it didn't have to do with me. She was tripping on my sister about something. Mom, you tripping. You need to calm down about this one. Put a 1 in the comment section if you ever had to put your mom in, not put her in check, but Mom, you tripping. Because I know I ain't the only one. Thank you, guys. He said, I did both ways. Yes, sir. Shout out to being in the building and my man Garfield. Yeah. You got a single mother, and sometimes it's sad that, there's not a father around or a boyfriend around to tell a mom sometimes. But I think I was maybe 19. Man, my mom was tripping. Bruh, I just turned around. Dorothy Lee, would you shut the hell up? I was like, oh my God, be quiet. Remember I said to you about black mamas with black women with that mouth and that attitude? Man, the woman that I love the most on the planet was working my nerves. My mama was working my nerves in that moment. It ain't had nothing to do with me. It had to do with my sister. My sister was grown and it was her business. My mom all jumping in this woman's business in her house, in this woman's house. Mom, Dorothy Lee, would you shut the up? No, I didn't say F up. Shut the hell up. Mom, shut the hell up. You thought she was 26. The way she was talking. You thought she was one of these wild hood chicks on World Star at 26. Mom, you got to stop it. You gonna quit acting like you young and you not. Them days gone. That was serious. He said, I'm not mad at you. He said she ran my stepdad, ran off my stepdad. When I started getting my money right, I moved to a different state and she was pissed. Bro, I was the same way. He said the family, Andre and Andrea, he said, I didn't get the alert. My bad, brother. My bad. Let's go back to Evan once again. He said, I told her, I see when my dad left. She ran to her room crying. I'm so glad that she's no longer in my life. Touchdown. Touchdown. Don't judge, because I've been in them shoes myself where I had to get away from my mom. I know that feeling, brother. I'm gonna say it again. I know that feeling. Believe you me. I'm so glad, bruh. My auntie asked me the other day, I think I told you guys this, my auntie asked me the other day, will you come for the Black Manosphere Conclave in September? Andre, are you going to Detroit? I say, no. I love Detroit, the city. I love my family as long as I'm distant from my family. I ain't them people. And them people weren't me. I was just born. Sometimes you born into a family. You be looking at God like, what? Really, God? Really? What? Is it just me? You be looking at your family like, I do not know this. I am not like them. And it's not like you said it in a bougie way, but you kind of like, one of these things do not belong here. One of these things. You feel like a Sesame Street. And as I've gotten older, I've gotten more comfortable with the fact that I am better long distance with my family than being right up under my family. Some of you people can be up under your family and it works out great. Most people can, but there are a lot of people like me that don't want to emulate, don't want any of the residue of my family. Yes, I don't want any of the residue of my family's behavior in Detroit, in Cleveland, in Chicago, in Alabama, in Tennessee. I don't need that residue on me. And that doesn't mean that I feel like I'm better than my family. No, I'm different. Not better, but I am different. I am outside the box. I am like Evan. My first girlfriend was Asian. Second girlfriend was white. Third girlfriend was black. And she was the one that cheated on me. The funny part was the Asian girl worshiped me. The white girl, dude, we kids. These gorgeous worshiped your boy. The black girl broke your boy heart. Cheated on me with my partner down the street. But like I said, even as a young age, I wasn't a get back kid. If I leave you, I'm done. There are certain things about being a Detroiter I love. But there are certain things about being a Detroiter I don't want to be anymore. That was a time. There was a time to be like that. What? Not now. Not now. JG said I was raised with a mother and father, and I still put my mother in check. Shout out to you, brother. And shout out to Quiet Storm being in the building. He said at some point we have to learn how to act like men. Tis true, tis true. International Quiet Storm, the International Quiet Storm is in the building. He said one of the things is not like the other. Absolutely correct, like Sesame Street. One of the things just don't belong here. He said, can you tell which one of these are not like the other? By the time I finish this song, absolutely correct. I remember that song on Sesame Street. Shout out to Sesame Street. Yes, sir. Garfield says this. He said, you cheat on me, I'll be upset for a while, but I'll let it go. You cheat on me, I'll be upset for a while, and I'm going to let her go. I'm going to let her go. Looks like another love TKO. I'm out. I don't be around for the excuses. I don't be around long enough for the I learned my lesson story. I learned my lesson. You know, I was at home. I was alone in my room. Sometimes I stared at the wall. And in the back of my mind, I heard my conscience call. I shouldn't have cheated on you. I need love. I ain't around for it. Women, you know what? I could have exes, man, that have turned out to be some amazing women. I would never know. I never do get back. Ever. I've never gotten back with them. Hell no. You know how many times I've had coochie thrown at me from by an ex? I ain't never touched the ex. Now, one of my ex could ever say, girl, he came back and hit this girl. You know, you have the one exes that see you years later and they still want to throw you the coochie years later. I don't do get backs. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. And even if a woman told me, Andre, it's over, you cheated on me, I don't want to get back. All right, cool. I don't do get backs anyway. Shout out to Kitty people in the building. Shout out to Kitty. He said when the average black woman is going to fucking act right by taking accountability and responsibility and be submitted, man, that's not gonna happen. Not in this lifetime. It's gonna take a special type of brain chip. Listen. By the time women take accountability, they gonna be on 12G. We just on 5-6G. It'll be like 12G, 14G for cell phones. I mean, Quiet Storm says there's the International Quiet Storm. He said, you cheat on me, you lost me. There we go. That's me 1000%. No second chance, no makeups, no apologies for your damn self. He said, because we are 10,000% broke up. Absolutely correct. I'm so calm with you cheat on me. I'm probably the calmest dude there is because I know I'm free. I ain't one of them dudes that be like, you cheat on me, Will. I can't believe you did it. Not me. I will be hurting on the inside, crushed while I'm packing my shit. I ain't one of them rah-rah dudes. I'm gonna destroy everybody up in here. Not me. I ain't emotional like that. Sorry, son. Because I know what dastardly deed I'm gonna be doing by the time the night ends anyway. Daytime, I'm packing my bags. Nighttime, I'm taking somebody else's panties off. Don't worry about it. We be all right. Yeah, I ain't never. Well, why? You ain't got to tell me no why. I ain't never been one of them dudes that need closure. What happened with I love? What could I have done better? I won't be around to find out what I could have done better or what she could have done better. I'm saying, y'all think I'm playing. I am that dude. I am him. When it comes to break up, dude, I am from the top of the Shaolin temple. When it comes to a breakup, I'm a guru when it comes to a breakup. If I can't do nothing right on this planet for the rest of my life, I can do a breakup. I'll be tore up on the inside. That heifer would never know. Hecky no. I never give a woman power like that. Me being all emotional and tearing up stuff, and I want to put my hands on her, or I want to fight the dude she cheating with. Wasn't no grape involved. I'll say this again. All you dudes that like to fight the dude that she cheating with, wasn't no grape involved. None. That means that she volunteered the coochie. That means that she gave him the coochie, like with a ribbon on it. And you try to jump on this man for free coochie? I don't care if it's your boy. The fact that she dirty enough to sleep with your boy. I don't care if it's your brother or your daddy. The fact that she dirty enough to sleep with your daddy. Your daddy didn't grape her. She gave your daddy the coochie. I'm walking out the door, bro. I can't do it, Dre. I love her so much. I ain't never had that type of love. And I love Andrea. I love Andrea more than I've ever loved anybody in my life. Hands down. And I still like I'll never put my hands on her. I'll never be tripping all over her. Why, baby, why? Well, let's work it out, baby. Let's Right? The day that we break up, everybody goes in the friend zone. Everybody, her friends, everybody going to the friend zone. I swear I wish y'all thought I was just talking. Any of my exes would tell you, Andre never came back and got this coochie. I ain't never went back from a kid. I'm saying this again, from a kid. From my 17, 16-year-old, when you first get your little puppy love, I ain't never went back. Never. You said I'm cooking Korean barbecue steak and Glory Greens. And I haven't had any Glory Greens in so long. Shout out to Glory Greens. He said, I'm drinking water. I'm just sitting up here drinking Club Colombia beer. A quick Club Colombia. He said, Dre, they're petrified at you because they can't tell you how hurt you are. You can't see it in my eyes. Ain't no tears piling up. I ain't trying to hold my breath unless I blow up. I ain't one of them dudes just like, girl, give me some space. I'm mad. You just give me some space. I ain't one of them dudes. You ain't got to she could be right in my face. He could be right in my face. I'm going to ask him, dude, could you grab that box? Hey, bro, all I need is your help. Grab that box, put that in my trunk real quick. Grab that box. I'm about to grab these suitcases right here. Good looking out, bro. Oh, bro, I ain't got nothing against you, brother. Keep doing what you do, bro. She could be running behind me, tears everywhere. Baby, please. Snot coming down, everything. Beautiful eyes, crying. You sensitive to your woman. She would never see that I might be broke up on the inside. And I'm not sitting in the driveway. Oh, my God. I can't believe it. It's over. I ain't that dude. Man, I'm about to pull off, go get something to eat, go get something to drink real quick, call some chick that's been bothering me the last couple of years anyway. That's me, bruh. That's me. I might shed a tear or two into my drink, read my Bible, have my prayer time. After about 2 days, bruh, I'm good. But that calling her on the phone like some of you dudes do, texting her 27 times, that ain't me, bro. I ain't never did that one. You ain't gonna answer my voicemails? Get the Dre, you ain't never had that type, you ain't never had a sucker stroke? I had one sucker stroke, bruh. I was 16 years old. And I was like, why you want to break up? We never got back together. But my point is, that showed me, Dre, don't go back. Don't ever have a sucker stroke for a woman. Why? I'm standing on top of the car. I'm standing on top of my own car. Why you want to break up our love? We kids. You'd have thought we had kids. The way I was acting that day. After that one sucker stroke, never again. Never again. I ain't going out to I ain't got to go hit no baseballs at the baseball range. I ain't got to go to Top Golf and hit some golf balls to feel better. I ain't got to go get a punching bag. I ain't got to do none of that. It is too much coochie out here to be tripping on one female. It's too much. Just like women say, you can be replaced. Shh. You can be replaced 10 square. Are you crazy? If every woman in the United States got married, every eligible woman got married to a heterosexual or even to a gay dude, right? Do you know that there will still be 2 million women that aren't married? There will never be enough men in the United States and in most countries, to marry all the eligible women to get married. There's always a plethora of women for men. There's not a plethora of men for women, no matter how women try to make it seem like. I ain't never had no problem getting a man. You ain't never had no problem getting sex. Many of you have a problem getting a man. You just ain't had no problem getting sex or dudes in your DMs. That doesn't equate having a man, a real man. That's where these women fall by the wayside. They can get all the sex out there, but they can't find no man. He said Dre was the original orange juice. Yeah, that was me. Leave that coat. For real. Hey, where you been today? I missed you. Missed you so much I followed you. Don't say nothing. You've been cold busted. For real. Like give me that coat. Bought you everything that you couldn't pronounce. For real. That would be me, man. Yeah, it's his turn. Hey, bruh, if you think she cheated on me, what you think she gonna do to you? And it's always that tough dude that be like, she ain't gonna do that to me. Bruh. Hey, bruh. She cheated on her ex. That's how we got together. And now she cheating on me to be with you. And the cycle continues, bruh. But you have fun with that as I close my trunk and I drive off. She cheated on her ex with me. That's how we got together. Yes, sir. He said, you cheated on me? Yeah, I think I read that one. My man Kenny said he's cooking. And I think TQ said, oh, we did that one. He said, cheated on me, not tripping. Then cheated on. You didn't get caught. He said, she did. I blame her. Hey. I done so many dastardly deeds behind so many women's back. That's another reason why I don't trip on women to be acting a fool and we break up. I done enough dirt. Maybe some of my dirt coming back. I ain't tripping, but I am out the door. I am leaving. Kenny says this. He said, baby, I'm looking at the front door. Right by main. Oh, yeah. I know exactly what song you're talking about. Yes, sir, by Main Source. My trader says this. He said, you have to let her go. She could kick rocks and pound sand. Facts. Chapter man Jason being in the building. Yeah, it is his turn for real. Yeah, man. Walking in the rain. That's serious, man. I never was like that, bro. Never. And I would be going through pain like any other man. So don't think I don't be going through the pain. And I don't be trying to hold it back like I'm being prideful. It just ain't me. I ain't going back. So what's the use of me sitting up there calling her 20 times if I ain't gonna never go back anyway? What's the use of me knocking at the door if I ain't going back anyway? What's the use of me going up to her job, going to her lunch break, calling her mama up? Bruh, ask anybody ex that I done been with. I ain't never called nobody mama. Ain't nobody ever got no 6 texts from me, ever. I ain't doing all them damn texts, baby, please, no. I'm gonna tell y'all something for real. Half the dudes that end up in that situation, most of them are baby, please, because they ain't got the money at the time to leave. Say that again. Let's be real as men. We're in the barbershop. Half the reason some of us ain't want to leave because we ain't had the money. Our money wasn't right like that. We was borrowing her car when we was cheating. We got caught. We really ain't got no apartment set up on the other side of the city yet. Mom and dad ain't gonna let us back in because she done already called mom and told mom that she put me out because of cheating. You just got a regular 9-to-5 job. Come on, Jay Anderson. Thank you. I'm glad you're the only one that's gonna act like I ain't crazy. Half dudes that don't leave because you know your money ain't right. You know, some of you dudes would have left that fat girl if your money was right. That girl with the flat booty, she black, but her booty flat. You'd have been left her if your money was right. The one that like to cuss at you, the real pretty one, who got an attitude about everything, insecure, you'd have been left her sexy self if your money was right. None of us dudes want to tell that story. There's a lot of dudes right now sitting up in their house apologizing. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it again. Yes, you are. The only thing that's holding you back is that your money ain't right. So you creeping behind her back. But if your money was right, you'd be living a single life. You'd be living a single life. I know a lot of dudes. I ain't saying they broke. They got a job. They got a decent job. But they didn't put they put so much money into the household that when things went left, your money wasn't right to take care of you in case of emergency. They got mad money. Whenever they get mad enough, they can leave you and still have money, right? They always got mad money. But nobody tells men to have mad money for yourself just in case something pop off. And so a lot of times we'd be financially tight. So a lot of times you might be begging for a second chance, not because you want to be with this ish, but because it's raining outside. And you ain't got no car. You help her pay her car off. Y'all was supposed to get your car next month. But since y'all breaking up, you looking like, dang, I better keep my mouth shut. I better go in there and start washing some dishes, cooking some meals, eating some booty. So you go back in the house with your head down, eating some booty and washing dishes, not because you want to eat her booty anymore. No, them days done. You give damn a lot about them pots and pans. The only reason you still stuck in that house, bro, because your money ain't right. Plan your exit strategy. Absolutely correct. Your money ain't right. He said, you damn right, Drake. He said, Drake live single life. My money right. To get my money right. He said, I want me a Venezuelan, Argentinian, Dutch, Netherlands. I hear you, Garfield. Yeah. Some of y'all put up with that mouth because your money ain't right. She can say anything to you. She can hit you, but you know your money ain't right. So you really can't go nowhere. So you gonna put up with that little slap, or her throwing pots and pans, or her cussing you out. You gonna sleep on the couch because your money ain't right. Come on, fellas, let's be real. We know plenty of dudes, man, sleeping on couches. KP, they sleeping on couches right now while this live stream going because their money ain't right. You sleeping in your car because your money ain't right. That's why a lot of women, sisters, I'm gonna say something directly to y'all. Shout out to my brother Brooklyn Tale. I'm Brooklyn Tall. I said Brooklyn Tales, but Brooklyn Tall in the building. She told me as long as I don't cheat, she. Whoa, that's a scary one. Well, as long as you don't cheat, I won't cheat. But the day I find out about you cheating, that will be the day. That, realize women always got an arsenal of men in their phone. Even my wife, they always got an arsenal. Even though they think you don't. Baby, I ain't got nobody in my phone. Bull. As long as you got an ex on the planet, you got somebody that's trying to hit you up from the past. All women. I'll say this again, your woman too. As long as there's a man on the planet that used to be your woman's ex, she got somebody that's gonna be trying to hit up from the past, trying to see what's going on. So I never sit back and be, that's one of the reasons why you'll never see me go through Andrea's phone. I basically know what type of dude would be in there anyway. Why do I mess with my own mind? Believe you me. Jay Anderson said, he said, and they know that Dre, that's why they disrespect you, because that's a good point. That's a good point. They know your money ain't right. That's why they leave you with the kids and you ain't even married to her. Leave you with the step kids and she go out to the club. Your money ain't right. Her money right. That's her money. She going out to the club and she leaving you with her biological kids that ain't even your kids. Number one reason, not because she love you, not because she care about because she trusts you with the kids. No, because she know your money ain't right. A man, when his money ain't right, bruh, it is hell on wheels. And then women wonder why we leave a certain type of woman once we get our money right. Girl, you was with him for 5 years. He would not marry you. You was with him when he went to jail and hell. Went to the devil, told him, get him out of hell. Went to the judge and told him, get my baby out of jail. You was with him for 5 years, girl. And then when he get on his feet, he leave you. Ladies, this accountability. Ladies never realize, because it would destroy them to come to the reality. The only reason I was in your bed, girl, because my money wasn't right. The only reason I let you come visit me and send me money so I can get some zoom zooms and wham whams on commissary, because my money wasn't right. Only reason I let you get me out of hell, because my money wasn't right. Only reason I'm dealing with your fat, because my money ain't right. A lot of you brothers don't want to admit you are not with that fat chick because you love big girls. You with that big girl because your money ain't right. And as soon as your money got right, tell me how many dudes in the NFL draft, NBA draft, NHL, Major League Baseball, soccer, rugby, racquet, any type of sport. When have you ever seen them dudes with a fat chick on their side? Camera right there, you about to be drafted to the Raiders. First round draft pick. When was the last time you saw with a fat chick on their arm? Ever. Now, mom, you know, my mom, that's mom. We ain't talking about mom. Never. Once we get our money right, we finally go for what we want it for anyway. Once we get our money right, we say, I really wasn't into big bitches anyway like that. Some of you dudes that are chubby chasers, you only chasing chubbies because your money ain't right like it need to be. As soon as your money get to the point where you want it to be, all of a sudden the fat chicks in your cell phone seem somehow, some way to disappear. The fat chicks don't want to admit the only reason you with her, with your tax season loving tail, all you dudes with fat chicks right now during tax season, because you know you go get some of that refund money, because your money ain't right. I mean, think about it. That's an ongoing joke in the black and white community that during tax season, this is fat girl season to get love. Why? Because the dudes that they deal with, his money ain't right, right? It's an ongoing joke. Everybody knows that. I have never seen anybody, white dude, black dude, anybody ever drafted into any league to where they got that money, and they had a fat chick on their arm. But they will smash a fat chick every blue moon in college. They will smash a fat chick every blue moon in high school. Some of these dudes be skinny as can be with a fat chick on their arm. Soon as draft night come, them fat chicks that used to feed them while they was playing football in high school ain't nowhere to be found. A lot of us are just waiting around for our money to get right. Come on now, some of you dudes, you just I can appreciate all you dudes that are going on monk mode right now and just get your money right. But there are dudes that are with the fat chick just as long as they can get their money up. And once you get your money up, you know you ain't gonna never be dealing with another fat chick in your life. That's why women be so pissed that you, check it out, that you were with her for 9 years. Y'all broke up when your money got right, and it only took you 6 months to marry your new girlfriend. I'll say this again. You could be with that big chick for 9 years. Women be pissed at us about this one. I was with him for 9 years. I went through hell and high water with him. He was with his new girlfriend 6 months, and she got the ring. Truthfully, I was only with you for the 9 years because my money wasn't right. My money wasn't right. I was making good money, but I wasn't making FU money. I started making FU money when you started acting a fool because I was just making regular money. So since you acted a fool about year 7, because I was making regular money, right around year 8.5, I started making FU money. And so I said FU and my boss and to everybody else that had something to say. Got me a new girl in Colombia, in Brazil, in Thailand, and we walking down the aisle, we jumping brooms together. Why? I got FU money now. Yeah, I know Jason is hella funny, but it's true. Man, dudes do that one all. We infamous for that one. We are infamous for that one. That one right there, dudes, we got to take the L for that one. We would be with that chick for years. She cooking, cleaning, having kids for us and everything. You can have 3 kids by that big chick, and you will leave her for something fine as soon as your money get right. You will leave her for the sexiest thing that you ever imagined as soon as you get your FU money. Yep, fact, saving my money on monk mode ain't easy. It ain't easy. But I promise you, bro, it's worth it. Bro, I promise you that one. Bobby Coltrane says this. He said, my ex-wife told me that the 15 years, the 15 years, maybe it would have been better if we had never gotten together at all. Or maybe on the 15th year. I told y'all, my ex-wife, year 13, she said, Andre, come here. You like Latin women. I was like, what? We were in the mall. No, don't play with me. You like Latin women. Girl, we've been together 13 years. What are you talking about? He said, she said, we've been together long enough. She said, I know you're a man. I know you see women. She said, I see how you look at sisters. She said, but I see how you look at Latin women. She said, I don't even see why we married. What the? You should be married to a Latina. Kid y'all not, bro. True story. True story. The ex-wife was the one that said, get you a Latina. It ain't like she was wrong. Hey. Based off the evidence, Your Honor, based off the facts of my life over the last 8 years, it ain't like she was wrong. But to hear it come from your wife's mouth, it wasn't like she was wrong. Dave said she right, Latinas are the best. He said, Chad, can I get an amen? You get an amen from me. Believe you me, brother. And the church said, amen. You getting one from me. Believe you me. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to all you guys that are here tonight. Shout out to you guys that are here. Let's get to the videos. In the videos, we're talking about women with accountability. Yes, sir. It ain't like she was lying. So it ain't like I'm sitting back and I'm here with an Asian woman. I'm here with exactly, and I'm happier and more in love than I ever been in my life. And I had a great wife. She was very feminine, very beautiful. She was nice body and everything. Just the marriage just didn't gel. We tried to make it gel, but it didn't. And we did not have a bitter breakup, none of that. We had a sad breakup, but not a bitter breakup. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Amen. Yes, sir. I know, hey, Gary, I know you. I know you. This is my dude, Gary. Mad Max is my dude, Gary, out of Indiana. Gary's been coming to Colombia longer than all of us. Gary got some stories from the 90s, the 2000s. Gary's been happily married, beautiful wife, beautiful family, doing his thing. So if anybody know about Colombian women, Mad Max knows quite a bit about the Colombianas and beyond. Shout out to my man, Gary. You ain't got to put your name in there, Gary. I know who you are. Excuse me. He say snow bunnies and Latin women. I mean, Latinas forever. Yeah. Yeah. And I was telling the sister on the live stream, man, you don't have to hate one group to enjoy another group. Black women think you have to hate them, swing the pendulum to the extreme of hatred in order to be with somebody of another culture or another race. No. In all actuality, I don't think about you like that. I just see you as a sister now. You are my black sisters. That's what it is. Shout out to Evan once again, sponsor of this evening. He said, when I was a kid, he said, a lot of the women and men in my family tried to turn me into a hyena. He said, when I joined the army and moved away, gentlemen, I was no longer a hyena. I became a tiger. Never going back. Godfather saved me. Shout out to KS. Absolutely. I didn't look back, didn't go back. Like I said, I love my family from afar. I'm nothing like them. I'm different. I embrace the fact that I'm different. I'm a different type of black man. I like, like I said, I like collecting. I have a stamp collection. I got a comic book collection since I was a kid. I like all type of different sports. I'm a museum guy. I like to go to spoken word, but I like to go to boxing as well. I like to climb hills and hiking. I like to climb mountains. I like to work for a great company or build my own company. I'm an outside the box brother. I like junior achievement when I was a kid because they taught me about business, but I like going to the 4-H club because they taught me about agriculture and they taught me about farming. So I was part of the 4-H club and junior achievement. I like playing chess, but I'll give you a good spades, probably a good spades partner for you too. I like to wear suits, but I'm from Detroit. I put on some steel-toed boots with the best of them. I'm an outside the box brother. I can't just be one type of brother. I don't know if I'm Renaissance. I don't know if I'm just 1/3 nerd. Either way, that's who Andre is. I'm not like the rest of my family, just all city hood, thug. You can't tell me no, what's up, dog? That ain't me. And I never was like that. And the women in my neighborhood saw me as an outsider. I'll say this again. The girls in my neighborhood already saw me as an outsider when we were 15, 16. Like, you ain't like us. You something different about you. I can't date you. Like I told you guys, my first girl I ever asked out on a date, she said, Andre, the reason why I don't want to go out with you, she said, not because you're not attractive, you cute. She said, but because you're the type of guy to take me to a restaurant, a really nice restaurant, when all I want is McDonald's and Burger King. She was right. Even at 15, 16, I didn't want to be with no McDonald's, Burger King chicks. I wanted to be with chicks, not necessarily Ruth Chris type of chicks all the time, and not as a kid, but women that wanted something more out of life. She was right. It wasn't like she was lying. Yeah, I'm the same way. Need a universal woman. Yes, sir. Shout out to Evan once again. My man Kenny said this. He said best time to see a Latina is at the, yes, anything that got to do with medical. That's so true. Is at the medical center when you have a doctor's appointment and I don't know what that is, Kenny. The Get app. You're so goddamn. You're Johnson. Stand in position of attention. I think I kind of know where you're going with that, Kenny, and I agree with you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go to the video.
Piss a black woman off, just tell her the truth. I promise you she'll get mad. And that might sound crazy. Who would get mad at the truth? How can you argue with the truth? Black women. It is our kryptonite. It is like diarrhea to the mouth. It's like diarrhea to the soul. We have this disdain thing when it comes to the truth. We can't handle the truth. We don't tell the truth. We don't want to hold each other accountable. We don't want to hold ourselves accountable. Anything that involves having to face reality, face what really is, we don't like it. And black women who struggle with that, they will, again, when they don't like the truth, when they can't handle the truth, they will try to tell you the truth is not the truth. The sky is not blue when we know it's blue. You know what I'm saying? You can look up a stat and show the stats and they'll still argue and say, well, maybe it's right there. And that's my problem when women are like, show me the stats. You can show the stats, you can say the stats, and people will still argue with the stat because they don't want to face the reality of this is what it is. Black women, we are at the bottom when it comes to marital rates, single parent homes, obesity rates. Like, those things are facts. But some way, somehow, we will still argue with the fact instead of just doing the work to change all of that. But again, the need to be right, the insults, the shaming, all of those things to make us to try to make yourself feel better is damaging, and it's keeping us at the bottom.
All right, so this is a question for the black women. Why is it that when a black woman decides to speak about what we do that may be a problem in black relationships, what we do that's making us look bad, why do the majority of women view that as degrading, view that as pick-me energy? And let me say this, if y'all think that black men already don't respect us, you're making it worse. Because if they see that you can't even look to another woman and take her advice, if you as a woman can't take accountability for your own actions, that's gonna keep making them respect you less. Because you're a woman and you can't take accountability from someone else who is a woman. And it's sad because men can do this. Guys can give advice and say some real shit to their homeboys without them really getting offended. But with us, we get offended 24/7. Because now that's disrespectful. You're trying to degrade us. What are you talking about? And the sad part is most of y'all are adults.
It's easier to play the victim than to own up to your own mistakes. It's easier to point the finger and blame the world than to look in the mirror and say, hey, I effed up. I can do better. That's real empowerment. But to be real, all of this is just a symptom of a society that's too quick to play the sexist card whenever a woman's actions are questioned. It's a byproduct of a culture that has bred a lack of personal responsibility. Society is a huge co-conspirator in all of this. Don't get me wrong. It's created a safety net that shields women from accountability. Any man who even slightly questions a woman's actions is quickly labeled as misogynistic. So what does this do? It perpetuates a cycle of unaccountability. It's a systematic issue. It's an epidemic. To all the men listening, demand accountability from these women. How do you do it? So when she does something that's out of line or out of pocket.
Why do modern women struggle with accountability?
Because that would mean that they have to acknowledge that they don't bring value to the table. That would mean that they have to acknowledge that all they have to offer is beauty and intimacy. And that's unfortunate. A modern woman of 2024 is a woman that seeks attention and validation more than respect and authenticity. It is a woman who is entitled to whatever it is that people have around her. It is a woman that takes things for granted, is not appreciative, and kind of just has a high level of expectation with low level of give. You know, she's a taker, not a giver.
This is why women refuse to accept accountability and would rather cry, walk away, walk out the room, block his number, whatever, because we rather do that than take accountability.
Right.
This is the part men don't understand. Attention is attention. Attention is attention. So whether it's good attention, whether it's bad attention, as long as we are the center of it, it doesn't really matter. All of that emotional spiraling is because it gets us attention.
So I was talking to a male friend of mine the other day, and he told me that women don't apologize and women can't be held accountable. And I began to really think deeply about this idea. One of the things that came across my mind is in the last 9 months or so of me being in my private practice, I have myself experienced many women, whether they came in as a couple or they came by themselves, they very abruptly discontinued their therapy. And I started to reflect and really think, you know, what was going on here? And I noticed that after I had to confront them about something, I had to bring to their attention something they were doing that wasn't contributing to the health of the relationship, they became very defensive and very, you know, just very harsh, and they stopped coming. And even though the husband would continue to come, he made it very clear that, yeah, she won't apologize. She thinks you're wrong. She thinks you're taking my side. And I began to really reflect, like, oh my gosh, is it true that women don't apologize? Is it that women struggle with being held accountable? I'd love your thoughts on this. Me personally, I think it has to do with a person's level of emotional maturity. What do you think?
What is it about women and accountability to where the two are just like oil and water? Why is that?
Well, how often do we really hold them accountable?
It's very rare.
Sure.
I guess just the pattern that I've noticed is like, it's a constant process of emotional justification for their actions without admitting that it was a mistake.
I think it's not necessarily because in their heart of hearts they believe it.
Yeah.
It's because it works. Like every time the cop lets the woman off the hook for the speeding ticket because she's crying, it just trains that kind of behavior in women.
Okay.
He's absolutely correct. Remember we were saying that earlier when we were talking about the 10? The fact of the matter remains is because women, especially attractive women, there is no repercussion, very little consequences if they don't tell the truth. If they don't, think about it. If women don't tell the truth or accept the truth, what's going to happen? For the most part, nothing. They're going to cry, they're going to yell, and nothing really of true repercussion is going to happen. And since they've been able to use that throughout their whole life, since childhood, shout out to you, KP, since childhood, they think it won't, there are no repercussions with us. Let me put it where the ghost can get it before I could go to Evan. Women don't take accountability because they think you ain't gonna go nowhere. You ain't gonna leave this coochie. You ain't gonna leave these kids. Your mama wanna see us together. You ain't leaving. Your daddy said, I'm a good woman. You ain't leaving. You ain't got your money right. You ain't leaving. So women think because my mom and dad like her, she got 1 or 2 kids by me, I ain't went nowhere when she cheated and my money ain't right. There are no repercussions, so why should she apologize? There are no consequences for her actions, so why should she take accountability? For a lot of us men, it's like that. They think we ain't gonna go nowhere. They think we ain't gonna leave them. They think they're not replaceable, especially very attractive women, no matter where you live in the world. You know how you guys complain about the police in Colombia when you say they don't do anything, when the women drug somebody, they don't do anything. Well, you wouldn't want to put yourself in a position with the pretty chick, right? I'm not saying that the cops aren't right. I mean, are right, because they can be dirty. I'm not saying the chicks aren't dirty, because they were the ones that drugged you. But what I'm saying is, these people think that they can keep drugging foreigners because A, the city ain't gonna do nothing about it. You gonna keep coming back. I've talked to so many dudes, I've watched videos and interviewed so many dudes that said, yes, I got drugged in Medellin and I'm going back. That's how women feel. You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't leaving. So why should I worry about consequences if I lie to myself and I yell at you and I lie to you? The doctor is absolutely correct. Women you dudes don't leave enough. I'll say this again. Y'all don't lead them chicks enough, especially in a country full of 70% of obesity and overweight. That's the other part that get me. You live in a country where 70% of the chicks are obese or overweight, and y'all ain't leaving them big chicks. And don't be telling me, well, my woman ain't big, she thick. Dog, she just ain't big, she just ain't as big as the other chick next to her, bruh. And now that you've used your passport, you've gone to other countries, you ain't calling that thick no more, are you? Y'all ain't going back to the States and calling them chicks thick no more, are you? You calling them chicks fat, because that's what they are, fat. They just got a small waist, but they still fat. As long as men don't go anywhere, women gonna continue to think they can get away with stuff. Evan said, I'm a different brother too, Andre. He said, I love Colombian women. He said, I'm a right-wing political guy. He said, I refuse to be I refuse the stepdad life. He said, I don't sang. He said, I don't slang in the pants. I don't sag in the pants, for real. Shout out to you. He said, I love snow. Gotta enjoy some snow. He said, my favorite TV show is Vampire Diaries. We all got those type of shows that we like, man. We all got them shows that you might not sit around with a bunch of brothers and watch it, but you damn sure got your shows that you watch. You damn sure got your shows that you watch. It ain't like you watching it and hiding it. It's just you. It's just your show. And you thinking that, hey, maybe nobody else is interested. And then you find out it's one or two brothers that's like, man, I'll be watching that too. But as men, we got to put on this facade. Shout out to you, Evan. And Black Scorpion in the building. Black Nubian in the building. Canadian boys.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
Them Canadian boys in the building. Bobby Coltrane says, unlike my friends growing up, he said I was the first. Like me, when I was young, I liked electric trains. Dude, I'm sitting back thinking about my childhood, man. I was like an artist, a kid that was always sitting at the kitchen table, just drawing Mickey Mouse comic books and the Smurfs and all. I was always into art, man. He said, unlike my friends growing up, he said I was the first to get into Latin and Asian women. As of recent, Indian and Guyanese women, shout out to you. Woo, shout out to you. Have been really catching my eye in Brazil and possibly the Three Moves. Yes, sir. I ain't mad at you, brother, on that one. Guyanese women are gorgeous. That is true. Anytime you got African descent and women from India blending together and having kids, man. Bobby said, I'm a nerd. He said, and I could be a geek. He said, but I got other interests and want a woman that's really going to be down for some of the interests, not all of them, but some of them. Dude, I kid y'all not. Some of the things, bruh, when I first asked Andrea, when we met, literally when we met, do you know where any museums are in Cali, Colombia that you can show me? That was my pickup line, right? Because, I was doing the tourists, and I know how Colombian women love helping. Oh, I know where that is. And so the next day, Andrea took me to the museum here in Cali. And then the day after that, she took me to the zoo to see all the exotic animals here in South America. All you guys that hang out in Barranquilla, one of the best zoos in the country is in Barranquilla. One of them. I like nerdy stuff, dude. And I married a woman that like you said, me and Andrea don't have 100% same interest. But Andrea is like, she likes Friends. That's her show. So she'll sit up there and watch Friends, Sex in the City. She on all the white nerdy shows. Me, anything that got to do with Marvel, DC, I don't care if it's animated or not. I'm anime. All that, man. That's who I am at 57. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah. Yep. You ain't got to have somebody that's 100% on your team, but they got to have at least some interest in the same interest that you have. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen. Let's go back to the video.
Like, to what extent has acting in that way caused the dad to let up when she was a girl?
There's a quote from Socrates that goes, "Trust not a woman when she weeps, for it is her nature to weep when she wants her will." Thoughts on that?
A banger.
Works.
I agree.
What's a holler?
Today, you ladies will prove to the world, but most importantly yourselves, that no fear can break you, and take home $100,000. Clap it up. Clap it up. You deserve it. You deserve it. Are you ladies ready for your final challenge? All right, ladies.
Let's go.
That's right, ladies. Today, you will be taking accountability.
It's over with.
Hell no. Okay. All right. That's where I draw the line. Y'all doing way too much. Okay. You crazy? Who's taking action? I'ma head out. Okay? Good luck, ladies. I ain't.
Okay, well, hold on real quick though, sweetheart.
I got you some of these, right? Look,
I just want to let you know you're very beautiful.
this shit's good. Look,
On God.
110 calories.
And then there were two. Ladies, today's challenge, you will walk up to the table and take accountability. There's no time limit. The first person to do it takes home $100,000.
You can do it, ladies.
Are you ladies ready? It's on you.
Just go grab it, babe.
Ladies, there's no trick to it. Just
Why do modern women struggle with accountability?
Because that would mean that they have to acknowledge that they don't bring value to the table. That would mean that they have to acknowledge that all they have to offer is beauty and intimacy. And that's unfortunate. A modern woman of 2024 is a woman that seeks attention and validation more than respect and authenticity. It is a woman who is entitled to whatever it is that people have around her. It is a woman that takes things for granted, is not appreciative, and kind of just has a high level of expectation with low level of give. You know, she's a taker, not a giver.
I've noticed that women, we're a mean group of people, very mean, and sometimes angry, and you can't really call them out without an argument or without a fight, you know, maybe even during they get cussed out. So it's almost best to put together like a platform like mine, where you set a standard on how we should behave or what our responses should be, and allow them just to watch it in their own time. And if they feel like they're convicted of those things, then they'll correct themselves, because the only thing you can do is sow a seed. You can't change a grown person's perspective. So they're still going to do what they want to do. And then when they continuously find themselves alone, then they may say, you know what, maybe I am doing something wrong. But I've tried really to call an individual out, a woman. And sometimes it does work. I'm like, now listen, you shouldn't be rejoicing in being a single mom right now. You know, at this age in your life, that's not, we don't need to have a baby shower, you know.
I don't know if you guys ever watched this sister on YouTube, but she is one of the few sisters like Crimson Cure, Danica Marie, but she does more of an interview type of panel or show with Black women. And she tries to show them that it's not about just being a woman, but you got to be a lady. And she tries to introduce Black women to the lady side of being Black. And she holds them accountable. Her and Maggie, the substitute teacher, the one that likes to cook, she has a show with the other Latin lady. I forget her name, man. Really pretty too, and that be on Lead Attorney. Well, Maggie, the substitute teacher, has a YouTube channel called Wife School, and they try to bring the ladylikeness back to being Black women. It's one thing to be a Black woman. It's another thing to be a Black lady. Just like it's one thing to be a Black man, it's another thing to be a gentleman when the time or the moments permit. And so it's women like her, man, I kid you not. It's a lot of ladies that don't even go on her show because she is not putting up with that like Anton and all them, let the women just talk crazy on the show. She don't allow that at all. She doesn't allow that at all.
This is not something, you know, and you said the dad's not here. No, this is not acute. This is going to be hard. Have you thought about the other side? Because we're not planting the seed of the consequences that are there to come. It's always joyous. When we mess up, it's just joy, joy, joy. When I messed up, it was shame. And to the point I wouldn't do it again. But now it's like you just said, girl, it'll be all right. You know, but we're not there with that woman when it's not all right. Because it's not all right. There are times when those women get by themselves, when it's real quiet, and it's just them and God in the room, and they're breaking down, and they're wishing they had a different situation. But I'm here to tell them too, they can recover, but you got to be accountable first before so the behavior can stop, so you can do something different.
Let's go into this right here.
Before they do, shout out to my man Don with the $10 donation to the Children's Cancer Foundation. Shout out to you with the $10. Shout out to my man Dollar Bill, y'all, with the $10 as well. And my man Alexis, my dude. Shout out to all you gentlemen for donating this evening during the Cash App. Thank you guys for donating by way of Cash App, PayPal, and Super Chats. Appreciate you, gentlemen. And these women need to be held accountable. Montrez says this. He said, I watch her channel all the time. This is the SBU, and she's live in South Africa now. Oh, she lives in South Africa. I didn't know that. I didn't know that her and her husband moved to South Africa. That's cool. That is what's up, man.
Going to accountability right now. Can we start with just accountability? Just the whole Alfred.
Now that should be the word of the day.
Right.
Accountability.
Okay. So now
don't want to hear accountability.
No, cause don't never let
exactly.
Oh yeah, we don't take that shit.
Why?
Y'all.
Why?
Yeah.
Y'all need to hear that.
I would say that, I mean, me personally, sometimes I don't take accountability because I don't.
That's another deflect that you guys don't notice that women do. If you ever watch women on these channels, one of the ways they prevent from taking full scale accountability, you guys are going to notice this after I say this. I noticed this years ago. One of the ways they use to take from taking full responsibility and accountability for the unit, they will talk about their own personal situation or circumstance and say, I'm not like them. As for me, no, you know that we're talking to a national, international audience. You know that your response is, our questions are in regards to women as a mass or men as a mass group. But one of the ways they deflect from taking responsibility and accountability to answer the question why women behave a certain way, I don't know. But as for me, I don't do that. Me and my husband. That's not what the show's topic is about. The show's topic is not about individuality. It's about as a group or a mass. You guys are going to start noticing that on live streams a lot. Women don't take accountability by deflecting, by using their own narratives or their own stories to justify. Kendra G does that a lot. Kendra, do most men want overweight women? I got friends that are married to millionaires and they're overweight. I didn't say that. Do most women, not the analogy in the unicorn. I'm talking about the norm, Kendra. Kendra G, do most women have an attitude problem? I listen, I know plenty of women. I got a friend and she never had an attitude. Kendra, I'm talking about most women. You see what I'm saying about that? A lot of times you guys will see women deflect and not take accountability by kind of like minimizing the response to your question or the topic at hand. He said Kendra G's under fire a lot. Man, Kendra acting a dang fool these past couple weeks. She better leave Corey alone. I know that. Corey been destroying her. Shout out to Corey Holcomb in 5150. Let's go back to the video.
I don't like being wrong. Like I don't like
being wrong. Why?
I don't like nobody telling me that I'm wrong.
Is it an embarrassment thing?
I think it's a pride thing.
At least you that's a real
It's pride. It's pride. It's my pride. Like you telling me I'm wrong is like you stepping on my damn pride. Fuck, I'm right. And I'm so serious. Like
that. You heard.
But then they get mad when we run through them. They want to be prideful, cool. They want to feel like they right, cool. We don't want to marry a woman that thinks like that, correct? but we will run through a woman like that. A lot of us men don't care if a woman takes accountability as long as she dropped them panties and I can run through her and get rid of her within the first week. A lot of women don't realize that. You don't want to take accountability? You don't want to be a lady? Got you. I'm going to run through you like you're a pro. You can't have it both ways, ladies. You can't expect us to treat you like a lady, but then you don't act like one. So if I treat you like a pro, you can't get mad at me. If I lick you, treat you like a postage stamp. If I treat you like a postage stamp, lick you, stick you, and send you on your motherfucking way, you can't be mad at that. Why? Because you acting like a pro. Because a real woman is going to take accountability with no problem. She ain't got no problem with it. But since you want to act like a pro, don't be mad at me if I treat you like one. These are the women that we run through, fellas. We don't keep them. We run through them.
She's right.
I'm right.
Huh? A woman that's going to end up being single forever is the one that hates being accountable for the things that they've caused in a relationship. The moment they're confronted by their man about something they've done that he didn't appreciate or like, rather than accepting accountability and saying, hey, I'm sorry, we'll work on this together, we'll grow together, instead she'll either, one, blame him for being the reason why she did what she did, or two, what she'll do is she'll acknowledge his complaint. Rather than accepting accountability, she wants to then bring up something her partner did, whether it be current or in the past, that upset her, to try and shift the dynamic and blame and now make him feel like he has to be accountable for something that is completely unrelated to the circumstance in front of them.
We've created a generation of narcissistic women. And what's happened is the rise of social media and the rise of online dating and the rise of feminism has taught women that they are not to blame for any poor choices. Every poor choice is glamorized. So if you want to be a sex worker, it's great. If you want to post in bikini pictures online, it's fine. If you want to be in with it, every poor choice is glamorized, and every internal reflection is seen as gaslighting yourself. So they've even got terms for internal reflection to prevent it happening. And so what will happen is they are trained to not reflect on themselves because we've been told we've been oppressed for so many years. Now it's time to make sure we project. And so we don't take any accountability. And as a result, when we get into relationships, if we don't feel completely soothed all the time, he must be a narcissist. He must be a manipulator. He must be gaslighting. He, rather than I. And unfortunately, we've got an online market that caters to that wounded woman, that caters to that entitled woman, and caters to that narcissistic woman. And it's so wild to me that so many women talk about narcissism, but the society today is just catering to narcissistic women.
Do women have a hard time being held accountable? Let's talk about it. I've seen this video from a therapist who was saying how she has a lot of women as her clients, and she notices that when the conversations are more geared towards them or their partners start telling them what they need from them, they have a hard time taking accountability, or they just quit therapy altogether. It reminds me of Molly and Insecure. If you watch Insecure, I remember when Molly was lying to her therapist in the beginning. Yeah, that's what it be given. Now, do I agree with the statement that women have a hard time being held accountable? I do. I'd be lying to you if I said that I don't. It all starts with the patriarchy. Obviously, it really does, right? Because
it all starts with the patriarchy. It all starts with men. It doesn't start at all with them taking accountability for their adult actions. It all starts with the men.
The patriarchy tells women that we have to mask our natural dark energy. Because let's be clear, the feminine is naturally dark. But
have you run across any of these sisters that been masking their dark energy with these attitudes? Black women are known for dark energy, and not because of their complexion. This woman just said that it's because we have to mask our dark energy. If how y'all treat and talk to people in this world, how y'all talk to y'all kids, teachers, how you talk and degrade your boss, how you talk and degrade your husbands and boyfriends, if that ain't your dark energy, what is? You telling me there's another level to your evil that men don't know about? What pause? You talking about all this fighting on World Star y'all been doing. Black women are the fastest ones getting incarcerated than any other rate, faster than any other rate, faster than white men and black men. Black women are the fastest right now getting incarcerated. You telling me that ain't even your dark energy? The way that you yell at the top of your lungs and get emotional about everything and try to cuss everybody out and try to fight grown men on TikTok. That ain't even your dark energy? You telling me you've been suppressing energy that's worse than what we already seeing? Let that sink in, fellas. Women in the States are suppressing their real dark energy. You ain't seen nothing yet, but yet you want to stay there in the United States with them women.
I think that because there's so many negative connotations to darkness in society, clearly that women feel shame.
No, right?
Darkness doesn't always mean evil. Doesn't mean that at all. It could mean intense, outspoken, loud, vibrant.
Black women ain't loud. Wait a minute, they ain't been intense enough because of men, the patriarchy. We thought that they were intense, fellas. They ain't been intense enough. We thought that they was loud. They've been suppressing. They really are louder than what they really have been. Every time you turn around now, men have to call the police on the woman and the women getting locked up now. But that's suppressed aggression. But like I said, but y'all want to live in the my country, 'tis of thee. But you want to date, you want to have kids. This is what you got to deal with. And then she gonna unleash that. So wait a minute. Based off of what she's saying, when y'all get a divorce and she take the house, take the kids, and got another man sleeping in your bed and you paying child support and alimony, that is just suppressed darkness. She could have did some darker stuff than that. That's what she's saying. Child support ain't the darkest thing that they can do. Taking your house and half your money is not the darkest thing that they can do. Based off what this sister's saying, they've been suppressing their darkness. There's a level of evil that we men, I guess we just don't know about quite yet. They set your car on fire. They key your car. They set your shoes on fire, your clothes on fire. They will scratch you. They will pour grits on you. They will pour hot grease on you. They will pour acid on you. They will come and call your job and get you fired. How much darker can it get? They will delete you. How much they suppressing darkness? The darkness has thus far it's been suppressed. Because of the patriarchy, because of men. If there is a darker side to women, even the devil himself don't want to know. That's sad and it's sick. My man Kenny says this. He said the average black woman are children and always constantly effing up and always needing someone to help clean up on aisle 12. A responsible guy like somebody like you and I to clean up on I-12. Low vibrational, absolutely correct. Goodness gracious. Suppressed AL. She said suppressed. I'm gonna bring that beat back. I want you to hear exactly all that this sister had to say.
or they just quit therapy altogether. It reminds me of Molly and Insecure. If you watch Insecure, y'all remember when Molly was lying to her therapist in the beginning? Yeah, that's what it be given. Now, do I agree with the statement that women have a hard time being held accountable? I do. I'd be lying to you if I said that I don't. It all starts with the patriarchy. Obviously, it really does, right? Because the patriarchy tells women that we have to mask our natural dark energy. Because let's be clear, the feminine is naturally dark. But
I know, guys, I shouldn't be stopping this. It's because of us men, the patriarchy, that they have to suppress. Not realizing that same patriarchy, men who are in power are the same ones that legally kept us from choking the dog out of you when we really wanted to. If it wasn't for them boys in blue backing you up, girl, the way you talk to us sometimes and talk about our mama and our kids, you'd have been got stomped. You better thank the Lord for the patriarchy and the boys in blue who are part of the patriarchy. We'd have been kicked you out the house. You know how many flights of stairs you'd have been rolling down with that mouth and that attitude? We'd have forgot that we got kids together. The patriarchy then kept you from a lot of whoopings with that mouth and that attitude. That's why I tell black women, the best place for you to be is in the United States, where you got that patriarchy that got your back. Because when you take your Africa, you keep talking crazy to them boys. I don't know what it is about you African brothers. I don't know if it's in the wrist. Man, African brothers slap with the speed of a pistol. Female be sitting up there, blah, blah. You ever see them African brothers when they smack? I'm talking about Jet Li speed. You got to put they slap in slow motion to see that she actually got hit. When them African brothers hit, man, it be like Lee Majors, the $6 million man. Man, when them dudes thrust, man, and the African dudes they do not wait. Like we'll sit back, we wait like 6 to 9 months, and then we just snap off and respond. Man, them African dudes don't wait 6 to 9 minutes. They don't even say, what'd you say? Them African brothers, what'd you just say to me? Them brothers just assume that she said it. It might not have sound. She might not have said it, but it sound. You know how your mama used to pop you in the mouth? If you say dang, mom, pop, sound too much like damn. Them African brothers the same way, boy. It sound too much like you was trying to put me in check. Bow. Them dudes I don't know if they got rifle wrists or what. I don't know if their daddy took them out to a tree when they was kids and boy, slapped that tree. I'll be back in an hour. I don't know what it is about African brothers, but the brute strength of they smack, man, dude, neck braces, surgery needed, back surgery, vertebrae. Man, them dudes be breaking them females' vertebrae with a smack. Pow! And them American women think they gonna take them miles to Africa? Man, and the police officer will dare her to say something about it. Guess who else like that? Them Colombian dudes. Man, these South American dudes, pow! They ain't got no, I'm talking about all the ones, that's why they be mad at us and looking at us crazy for drooling over these women. I'll say this again. They think that we weak for drooling over these women because the same one that we be calling a dime, that's the same one that got this dog slapped out her face in high school by her first boyfriend, slapped in her face by her third boyfriend, and slapped out of her face by her pimp. Don't you ever think that South American dudes gonna put over them dudes, these dudes, these women here, man, these dudes will chop a chick up so fast. Dude, you be sitting up there eating potatoes. You didn't realize them potatoes got fertilized by his ex-wife in that garden. These dudes will chop a chick up in a second. What's my point? Them females back in the States better praise the Lord for the patriarchy. They need to be running around churches. Thank you, Jesus, that we live in a patriarchy society. Because if you go to some of these other countries, shh. Shout out to my man Paper Route in the building. He said, call him Mo. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm saying for real. Bam! Them African brothers, man, they don't play. Strength of the bushmeat in the slap for real. They, man, I don't know if they got, what's that Black Panther? What's the little purple energy that they have in the movie Black Panther, in the comic book Black Panther, that came, the meteorite hit Rwanda, my bad. I forgot the little vibranium. That's it. Them dudes be coming with the vibranium slap. It'd be like them dudes be smacking with, Captain America's shield is made of vibranium. Man, it's like they be smacking them with the same strength of Captain America's shield. Pow! Yeah, the vibranium, man, please. Please. I'll be sitting there, man. Listen, because I said, there's a I forget the name of the app, but I used to watch African movies on this app. So I'll be sitting up there watching the African movies, like, and they be in English and everything. Man, bruh, them African brothers ain't got no cut, bruh. Shout out to my African brothers, they ain't got no cut. Splat! With the speed of Bruce Lee, with that of a cheetah, she want to talk about it's because of the patriarchy. Girl, you better believe that you in the right country saying that. Let you have said that in front of one of them little African boyfriends. Man, he'd have knocked that color off of you. You'd have had Bilalago. The only part of your face would have been white was the part where his hand smacked you. You'd have been like, I got Bilalago like Michael Jackson. How'd you get it? My boyfriend smacked me. Man, we can look this up on TikTok. Just look up African smacks on TikTok. Man, you be seeing some motherfucker. You be swearing that female owed him $20,000 where they be smacking. He said that's why KS holds Kendra G accountable, or held Kendra G accountable when she was trying to explain about her behavior and actions, and she didn't. And that didn't account well. It didn't. She didn't. She tried to justify everything. He said the African cockback for real, bruh. First last Wednesday and dismiss a woman's disrespect. They do not play that. They do that. I do know about those African brothers. They do not play. They don't care how fine a chick is. Bah! And wish she would say something. Man, American dudes, man, the females in America and UK and Canada, they better be happy they was born and raised in the country they in. Them African brothers, man, they had no cut. Let's go back to the video with Miss Patriarchy.
I think that because there's so many negative connotations to darkness in society, clearly that women feel shame. Darkness doesn't always mean evil. It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean intense, outspoken, loud, vibrant. It can mean powerful, destructive. And we all know in order to rebuild something, it needs to be destroyed first. Okay, that is darkness. And because most men are intimidated by women who embrace their darkness, the patriarchy tells them to mask it. We're told to feel shame for being naturally sexual beings. We're meant to feel like we're doing something wrong.
She belonged to the streets.
For being our natural selves. I mean, this is why they was beheading bitches back in the day. If you ever seen the other Boleyn girl, they literally beheaded the sister because they said she was a witch because she seduced the king. How was that her fault that she was a badass bitch and you was attracted to her? You left your wife. You know what I'm saying? But that's what they do. They make us the villains for having this natural sexual energy. So then we feel shame. We carry more shame than men, if you ask me. And this shows up in our friendships, in adult life. When we are in relations with other women, we tend to not want to hold each other accountable because we fear conflict. Just like darkness, we correlate negative connotations with conflict, but conflict is not always bad. A lot of times conflict is necessary to find a resolve. Conflict is necessary to figure out who your people are. If you go years avoiding conflict, you will look up and be surrounded by your enemies. We won't say what's on our mind. We won't say what somebody did to hurt us because we are afraid of being intense. We are afraid of conflict. We will let a shit pile all the way up before we actually cut somebody off. So masking how we truly are, how we truly feel because of the patriarchy, then makes us try to avoid conflict in our friendships so we can't hold other women accountable. So it's hard for us to accept accountability because we can't tell men how to be men. Men can't tell women how to be a woman. We can only hear it from each other. But if we're never holding each other accountable, it's hard to accept accountability.
I'm a teaser, I'm a keeper. When it comes to your bitch, I don't see her. Been that girl since I came out the ether. They don't like me and I don't like them either.
Because I be hearing the way y'all talk about us, ladies. I do. Y'all say we not. Y'all say we not smart. Y'all say we not smooth. So how do these that's not smart, not smooth, not keep finessing you? How? If it's not you, how do that's not smart? How do that don't got, don't do, don't give you, how they keep getting over on you? Who is it? If it's not smart, if we got no game, if we don't know how to cheat, who is it? Like, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm saying y'all not vetting these, bruh. Who the y'all do invest. You let it tell you he got some plans for you and you start investing immediately. Y'all don't require no type of evidence for
bring this beat back.
Afraid of being intense, holding each other.
Not smooth. So how do these that's not smart, not smooth, not keep finessing you? How? If it's not you, how do that's not smart? How do that don't got, don't do, don't give you, how they keep getting over on you? Who is it? If it's not smart, if we got no game, if we don't know how to cheat, who is it? Like, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm saying y'all not vetting these, bruh. Who the y'all do invest. You let it tell you he got some plans for you and you start investing immediately. Y'all don't require no type of evidence for. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Like, who was you before you got here? What do you provide yourself? Do you feel safe in your own skin? Hey, like, what is that? Y'all don't have none of these answers from nobody, and then y'all come back outside and talk about it's a shortage. Beloved, you never had the answers to the test.
Truth be told.
You catch a woman cheating on you, what does she do? She blame you for why she's cheating.
Oh, yeah. That's what they always say. And same if they leave marriages. It's like, but why did she leave?
A woman's right to choose is to destroy a child. But if you're 3 months pregnant and I push you down while I'm robbing a bank, you know what, and you lose your baby, you know what they'll charge me with? Murder.
Right.
But how? Because you can go and get it taken care of, and it's called a right to choose.
Right.
I always ask women this. Have you noticed that women say, I don't hang around with or I don't like other women? but you don't hear men say they don't like other men. That tells you how women really aren't good people, because most women don't like other women.
I know. I think everything we say about men, we are. I think we're more sexual and more violent.
Ooh, look at you.
Yeah. I think it's projection, because it's like, if you consider abortion murder, 1 out of 3 women have done that. And the sexual stuff, I noticed when the media caters to women, it becomes more sexual.
I've seen so many more women cheat. And being a woman myself, I get to be an insider to the things that women talk about.
A lot of guys don't realize that before she goes any further. Statistics show that 28% of men say that, yeah, I've cheated. We believe that it's a lot higher, but let's say it's 50%. Statistics show that 23 to 25% of women have admitted that they have cheated. We know that it's higher than men. That's another societal myth that I need men such as yourselves to get over. Women cheat more than men do. Men cheat with no emotional connection for the most part. We can go out there, smash, and we good. Women go out there and cheat, and it's because of somebody that they either knew or a new dude. Take it from me, the dude that they used to cheat with. They used to make a connection with me. I never had a woman cheat on a man with me and she didn't make a connection with me, meaning that she didn't come back 2, 3, 4 times. If your woman told you that was the only time she cheated, Negro, she lying. I ran through your wife and your girlfriend many a times. I'm not saying this in a braggadocious way. I'm telling you that women are out there giving it up like that. Women cheat on that level. They are professionals at this. We are amateurs. That's why it's easier for us to get caught than it is for them. Because society has taught us to think that women are more pure than they really are. I'm not coming at women. I'm saying that they can be just as bad as we are when it comes to cheating. Society in the United States has taught us that you can let your woman just run around anyway. She ain't gonna cheat. Go ahead, go to the Middle East. The reason why in the Middle East these dudes have such a reign on their women, because these dudes know if I let them go and just be free, they will be just as bad, if not worse, than the women in the West. We're not going to be going through this headache generation after generation after generation like people in the West are going through. So the people in the Middle East are saying, the men in the Middle East and the men in South America and the men in Asia, like, we ain't about to put up with this. And of course, in every country, you got some modern women, but they're not the norm. Let's go back to the video.
And yes, they will admit to one another that they cheat, but you will never hear an ounce of remorse. They always victimize themselves. What they'll say is, instead of saying, you know what, I cheated, it was wrong, it was dishonest of me, it was betrayal, and I'll never do it again, what you will hear is, well, I cheated because I had to. He wasn't giving me what I needed and what I deserved as a woman. And all the other women will, jump right in and be victims and victimize her, saying, oh, you poor thing, he should have treated you better, you take care of his kids and you do this and you do that, and he should have appreciated you more and you wouldn't have had to go screw another man. But it's really quite scary how they do that. But they're never remorseful, and they always shift the blame.
Anytime you try to pull a woman out of delusion, she's going to fight you every single step of the way. Every step of the way. If she cheated on you, she's going to blame you and tell you that you made her feel unwanted or not sexy. Because women rather be right in their feelings, because their feelings are always going to justify their poor behavior. Tell me if I'm lying. How many of you have been cheated on and the woman told you it was your fault because you didn't pay attention to her and you didn't make her feel wanted?
So I just heard a woman on a podcast admit that she's been cheating on her husband and he found out. And so they ended up going to therapy. But then plot twist, she is taking zero accountability and she's playing the victim card. She even goes on to say that the therapist agreed with her, telling her that the husband drove her to do it. The lack of accountability amongst women these days is unreal. You guys cheat, it's the husband's fault. The guy cheats on you, it's also his fault. So sick and tired of seeing women take zero accountability, even when they're the ones that did the action, even when they're the ones that are at fault. Still, zero accountability. And you wonder why men are not pursuing anymore. Then you wonder why.
So I wanted to share this with you all, and I'm probably going to catch some heat for it, but I decided to go ahead and be open about it. So there's a couple that I helped a couple of months back in regards to the relationship, right? And I knew that it wasn't going to work. I knew it wasn't going to work, but I couldn't tell them that it wasn't going to work. I just had to do whatever I could, give them as many exercises to practice, to utilize in the relationship, to implement, to see if it could work. But I knew deep down in my heart that it probably wasn't going to work, right? And I'm only saying this because I know a lot of times women feel like they can do no wrong. And the crazy thing about it is the man is in an outstanding relationship now. And the woman, it's not. She's suffering. She's going through it. So she reached out to me, and this is the story I want to tell you guys. So she goes, Kitty, I did everything that you told me to do, blah, 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 blah. And mind you, I've talked to this man already. He's reached out to me. And everything that I taught them, everything I told them, utilize, implement, he's doing it now in the relationship that he is in. That was just the wrong woman. And I'm sorry, baby, if you see this video, I know I've already told you, you were just not the woman. So she asked me, Kitty, what did I do wrong? And I said, do you want me to be raw with you? And she said, yes. Okay. So I told her, okay. You had this princess syndrome where you felt like it always had to be me, and everything that I said went. And that if I was not right, he was not going to be happy. You belittled him. You emasculated him. I said, you didn't watch your tone. You reacted before you responded. You didn't take time to comprehend what it was that he was saying. And he heard you nagging instead of actually listening. You waited to play that number plus one game. Okay, this is a number of things that you have done to me that he's telling you. And then you say, well, this is a number things that you have done to me plus one. You had a warped mindset to where you believe that, hey, it's going good right now and I need a little bit of attention. So bad attention is better than no attention. Instead of understanding that now you are transitioning into a healthier space. So there's going to be peace. It is going to be serene, but you didn't know how to adapt to peace and serenity because of your chaos from your childhood and your past traumas. You brought those into this relationship and you blamed him for the mistakes of your partner. I asked her, do you want me to continue? Because the list can go on. And everything that I told you to do, as you're saying you did it, you did not. You went back to what it is that you knew. And she said, well, Kitty, can I get him back? You can't get him back. You lost him and you should not be worrying about getting a partner back until you fix yourself. And the only way to fix yourself, as I always say, ladies, is to be accountable for your shit. And I understand it sucks when they move on. But I'm glad that he moved on because he was ready. It was the right time for him and you were the wrong person.
You can't possibly know that it's mine.
It's yours. Trust me.
Well, strangely, trust is not the first impulse I have when it comes to you.
So it turned out Wade is sterile. We were never the same after we lost our baby.
Hang on. You're not gonna use our miscarriage as an excuse for fucking my boss for a year, are you?
No.
She smashed this man's boss for a year and want to blame it on a miscarriage. Sucking another man, getting busted in the face by this man's boss and wants to blame it on the miscarriage.
That's not what I'm saying.
That sounds like what you're loading up.
No.
Great.
I'm saying that we were never the same after that. You just shut down, like always. I know it's complicated.
You just shut down. We were never the same.
And I don't do complicated.
What?
Nothing.
This is happening, Judd. You're going to be a father. I don't know. I guess I was expecting your reaction to be a bit more, I don't know.
A bit more what?
I don't
Last
know.
time I saw you, you were in our bed with my boss. Tough image to process. Still working on that. And then you drop this bomb on me? You might have to give me a minute on this one, okay?
You're right.
It's over. She cheating on you. And you might as well, you could take that loss right now so you don't get shot at in the future, man. Number 5, you're too sensitive. Anytime you try to check bad behavior, anytime you try to call her out on some BS, she try to flip it around and gaslight you and call you sensitive. She start calling you insecure. Anytime you hear those kind of words, those shaming words, anytime you hear shaming words, guys, no, in your hearts of hearts, it's time to go.
Absolutely.
Really?
I blame men for everything. I get a lot of hate for this online. I blame them for everything. If they get cheated on, it's your fault. If she's using you for money, it's your fault. If she's a gold digger, she's your fault. If she's this, she's your fault. It's always your fault. And maybe, and I think this is where it's important, as a Muslim woman, and you understand this because you're a Muslim man, we have the concept of a mahram. Like, the man is responsible for his daughter, his sister, his mother. He's the responsible one. If your daughter's acting crazy, the first thing people say is, who's her father? Where's her father at? No one really says, where's her mama and her sister? They say, where's her brother? Where's her dad? Because but even if you're not Muslim, you all realize women's kind of provocative nature or promiscuity is a responsibility of a man. There's a man somewhere that should be very disappointed or didn't do his job right.
Before we go any further, it takes a minute for some of us to process what she just said. She's right. You chose that chick that drugged you in Medellin. You chose her. You know what type of chick you was getting. You old enough. You know what type of chick you were getting with. You knew that fat chick in the States, you were going to keep her. You weren't going to stay with her for L. You chose her. You knew that you got with a chick that was a 8, 9, or 10, and she had pretty privilege and an attitude. She never been to school. All of her ex-boyfriends spoil her. You knew what you were getting into as a man. She's correct. I'm not saying that women can just be irresponsible because we have to be responsible. I'm not saying that. But there is an air of responsibility of who the hell we let in our lives and who we kick the hell out of our lives. And sometimes we as men, we have to come to a point where we got to learn how to kick people out of our lives. We got to learn to say no to pretty women. I'll say that again. I've been harping on that for a few years. Some of us men gotta say no to pretty women. But Dre, I gotta have it. So when she gets you, you can't blame her for being her. You can't blame them chicks in Medellin for drugging you when you know that pretty chicks in Medellin drugging chicks. You got a whole country that you could have took your ass to. But what did you do? You knew Medellin is the drug, you're gonna get drug capital of Colombia. But you bought ticket. You got the Airbnb. You knew from a glance that chick and her best friend was an ish, but you invited them to your Airbnb. They didn't invite you to come to their spot, did they? Never. They told you, babe, let's get some drinks. You just left a bar. Well, okay. Answer me this, riddle me this, Batman. When was the last time in the States you left a club at 3 o'clock in the morning, went to the store and bought some more alcohol so you can drink some more? Ever. I'll wait, Batman. Then why are you in Cartagena going out to the club, and now you're going to the bootleg spot or whatever spot that's selling, small mom and pop spot that's selling liquor? Riddle me this one, Batman. When was the last time you met a chick at the club and you went home to have some more drinks? I'll wait. I'm your boy. We used to take chicks from the club together. I know what would happen. When we got back to the spot, the only thing we drink is maybe some damn water or some Gatorade for electrolytes. We ain't drinking no more liquor back at the spot. We looking for the magnums, the condoms. Hey, where's my belt? Where's my belt? I'm ready to choke a chick with my belt while I knock this coochie out. Put my belt around her neck and just pull it back. I don't see no comments. When was the last time that you went and had liquor after you left the club in the States, in UK, in Canada? Ever. You toe up. You just popping bottles in the club the whole night, having a good time. You get to the house and you pop some Hennessy at the house? You've been drinking Hennessy all night at the club. When was the last time you did that? Even by yourself. You ain't even brought a chick from the club. You just went out to the club by yourself. You made it home safe. When was the last time you popped another bottle of Hennessy at the house by your mother self? Never. Then why you doing that stupid ish in other countries? Why you got chicks convincing you to even get more drunk at your Airbnb in other countries if that ain't what you do in your home country? You ain't never did that ish. But you got chicks sitting up there making elixirs like a witch's brew in a cauldron in another country. And then you want to blame the chick for you doing ish that you don't do at home. That's why I always say number one rule of safety is not security, the security guards. It ain't the Colombian police. It's not, well, I got to make sure my boys are there. It ain't none of that. I got to have cameras, surveillance. I need a guard dog and a drug dog in my Airbnb. No, the number one thing that you need to do when you bring your to Colombia is be yourself. Be yourself. You have protected you for almost 50 years in the United States. You ain't never got drugged. You ain't never got robbed. You ain't never got tricked by some chick in the United States after leaving a club. That same you will protect you in Brazil. That same you will protect you in Colombia, in Panama, in Thailand. But you decide that your happy tail want to be something other than you. And that's why you dudes get caught up. And that's why you get robbed. And stop trying to blame it on the Colombiana herself. It was you doing ish that you don't normally do. That's what makes it so messed up. Not because the woman drugged you, she wrong. She wrong for drugging you. Not the dudes that train her to drug you and the dude that's waiting down in the Airbnb, waiting in the Uber outside, waiting for her to run out with your stuff. He wrong. The police that don't look out for you in Colombia, they wrong. The security guard that let her out and ran out with your stuff, they wrong. All these people wrong, but ain't none of them as wrong as you. You decide to be somebody other than you. The person that's been looking out for you and protected you and made sure you was the ish for almost 40, 50 years. You didn't trust when you got to another country and you got in DR. You got in an argument with a pay-for-play chick and she started yelling, and so you had to pay the extra money because of you. You start popping bottles after the club in DR when you ain't never popped no bottles after no club in the States. It's you. Until you start taking responsibility for you, ain't nobody gonna speak. Them days of feeling sorry for you because you get drugged, you get robbed, and in some cases get deleted. Ain't nobody feeling sorry for y'all no more. Because at the end of the day, you doing stuff that you don't do at home. Stop listening. Another thing. Do you listen to whatever drunk, lame Negro in the States got to say about who you bring home or who you don't bring home? If you meet a chick at the club, right? What do you tell your boy? Hey, dog, I got one, dog. You out? I'm out, dog. I'm about to head out. Hey, LaQuanda, This is my boy Tom. This little Laquanda. Oh, hey Laquanda, how you doing, little mama? See, I talk to you later, dog. I see what you're working with, dog. I see what you're working. That's how we do in the States, right? You let your boys know, let them see Laquanda, and you head on out the door. You head to the hotel room, you head to IHOPs, you head to Gyro, get you some lamb meat or something, and then you go take her to the crib or to the hotel and beat her back in. Or even her and her little female friend, and you're gonna beat her back in, right? That's it. Why, when you get to Colombia, you doing all the stuff that you see these new dudes that you meet? You ain't never met these dudes in your life. It's like 10 military dudes in Medellin, right? I'm just using an example. Them dudes that got away with chicks and only 3 of them ever got drugged. They ain't never told you. So you start following these dudes around because you don't want to be alone on your adventures in Medellin. And you get drugged from following another nigga. You ain't never follow nobody when it comes to females that you met at a club, ever. But then you gonna come to Colombia and follow it, or go to DR and be a follower. You going to Thailand being a follower. You going to Africa, you being a follower. Doing all the dude. Any dude that met me in Medellin knew this. Andre ain't following us. Hey dog, I see y'all tomorrow morning. You ain't hanging out? Nah, man, I'm sleepy, dog. I hang out tomorrow morning, man. Plus, I got this little female coming over tomorrow afternoon, too. So I'm gonna give me some rest. I'm good. Oh, man, you lame. I don't give up. I don't even know y'all, bro. I just met y'all walking down the street. Downtown Central Medellin. I don't know you mother. I just met y'all 4 hours ago. We weren't on no planes together or nothing. Y'all let new dudes F you up. Following the patterns of new dudes. And they didn't even tell you. It's like I said, it's 10 of them. Ex-military dudes. 3 of them ain't tell you that they got drugged and robbed on their last trip, but you following them. So I agree with the lady. She said she Islamic. She said in Islam, the man is responsible for the family in all things. And I say, as a traveler, it's your responsibility to be yourself. That's your greatest gift, your greatest tool. Dude, in Colombia, it will protect you more than Arsenal will. You will not have enough artillery to put off in there that will protect you more than just being your goddamn self. But you don't know how to do that because you come to these other countries and try to be somebody other than yourself because you're trying to follow with these lame motherfuckers you just met on an airplane 4 hours ago. Trying to be like them then. Be yourself. Stop following these lames, dude. I be seeing these same lames get drugged and they don't tell you, but I saw when they got drugged. I saw them in the newspaper. You weren't here yet. You weren't on the plane yet, so you didn't get a chance to see it. But they come back on a second trip, third trip, and you just so happen to be getting off the plane on their third trip after getting drugged on their first trip. You think you'd have met you some true passport bros. And they ain't told you they don't know how to move in Medellin. So now you following these names around. Man, y'all be simping, dog. I mean that one. Y'all be simping, following the wrong dudes, and I promise you, ain't no secret to Andre. Ain't no secret to all these other brothers that have been living here in Colombia that's happy. Here's the problem. Our secret weapon is just being ourselves. My man Kenny on the other side of the city, just a regular 57-year-old dude, ex-Navy, retired, been with his Venezuelan girl for going on 3 years. Just being himself. Opened up a couple of businesses. You'll never see him on camera. He's just a regular dude. You got a bunch of dudes that live here in Cali, just regular dudes that be themselves. That's why they don't even caught up in the same bull that y'all get caught up in. It's a bunch of dudes that be in Medellin, happy relationships, happy mates, great friends, been living in Medellin forever, and they ain't never came close to half the ish that y'all go through. What is their secret weapon? They treat themselves the same way they did when they were back home in the States, in Canada. in the UK. They didn't flip up and try to pretend that there's somebody they not. Be you. Dude, y'all just don't get it, man. That's the number one superpower. Be yourself. You will stay out of a lot of issues in South America just by being you. No, there is nothing else. Every dude that I ever saw get drugged, every story, you backtrack it back and you will find that they were being somebody other than who they would be in the States. They do something other than what they would normally do in Canada. They react or they spin or they talk to the type of women that they normally wouldn't talk to in UK. They try to be somebody that they not instead of being themselves. Every single drug story backtrack to you not being you. Every story is not one story that I've heard then backtrack to your not being yourself. Every single story. Every one of you dudes that got drugged, it was, I don't care if you was not yourself for 2 hours. Man, normally I wouldn't even do nothing. Like every day, all y'all got that story. Normally I wouldn't even let no fan. Dre, it was that one time, dog. She was so pretty, but and all of a sudden you got in Brazil because you thought you could let your guard down. In other words, you thought you could be somebody other than the person who's been protecting you for the last 40, 50, 30 years. You. So if you ever wonder what my secret is, I'm gonna keep on preaching the same thing over and over again. Be yourself. That's what will protect you. Be you. Boy, y'all be getting set up, man. Them YouTubers be setting y'all up for the setback. You keep on following them dudes. You keep on following them dudes that be on the plane and you don't even know that them dudes that got drugged. Like the last time they was here, 4 of them got drugged, 3 of them got robbed, but like idiots, they come back to Medellin again, but your first or second time on the plane, and you link up with these dudes that got drugged, and you didn't even know they got drugged, and you following them niggas around. And you wonder why you getting caught up with the same energy that they projected. All right.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie. Stone me if you must, but point out where I
Facts,
lie.
Kenny. Facts. That is facts. My man Slim said this. He said, the man is responsible for yay or nay. Yes, sir. Say nay, fellas. Yes, sir. Learn fine art, the jujitsu art, the kung fu art of no. You want to come hang out with me? No, bitch. I'm sleepy and I'm drunk. Let me get your number. I'll hit you up and beat the coochie up tomorrow afternoon. Ain't nothing wrong with no afternoon sex. I don't know why y'all think y'all only can have sex late at night or early in the morning. There is such thing as afternoon sex. Beat that coochie up in the afternoon. Oh, man, y'all. He said, I always traveled and did my own thing. Shout out to you dudes that do your own thing, regardless of what country I'm in. Facts, Don. Slim Shabby said this. He said, they think they are living the life of an international icon. This is true, too. These dudes be coming to other countries living fantasies and stuff. Like they got a cape. He said, end up, he said, end up face, butt up. Yep, end up face, butt up, with all their valuables missing and a foggy memory that may last a lot of you guys a lifetime. Yes, I said it. That scopolamine for many guys, it never goes away. Many guys end up in a drowse for the rest of their lives. They never get that full clarity back again. They always feel like they're like, you know how when you sleepy a little bit, they always feel like they're in that drowse, that sleep, but they're not sleepy. Some dudes say it took them months to get over scopolamine. Some dudes say I'm still getting over it and it's been a couple years. It's not that you get drugged that night and you wake up in the morning like you feeling refreshed. Yeah. Shout out to you, gentlemen. He said, only thing I'm buying after we get a spot is an Uber. Shout out to you. To take her tail home. And that's if I'm generous. That's for real. He said, only thing that we're going in the house is moving furniture and breaking shower curtains. That's it. The shower curtain rail. That's it. I have, dude, I kid you not, I have never, and I don't, none of my partners. That's why I asked you guys, have you ever, after the club, you've been drinking, the female been drinking, you already pre-gamed before you even went to the club. You getting dressed, you got your little drink, and you having a good time, listen to the music, getting yourself together, getting your cologne on. So now you go to the club, you drinking, you're popping bottles. I ain't never went to the house or went to a hotel with some more liquor. No, girl, it is 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:15. We about to tear, like my man said, we about to move some furniture, tear some shower curtains down. Yeah. Drink this, Poppy. Drink Moss. Facts. Facts. That's so true. My man Quiet Storm in the building once again. He says, black men are too damn nice. Let them suffer. Dennis Sperling. Yep, that's what Dennis said. Black Minister Conclave 4. That's what he said. And I remember, you know what? I remember him saying that at the meeting, the exclusive meeting. Dennis Sperling said the problem with black men in the United States, we are too nice. And he broke down scenarios and examples of how we are just too nice. He ain't lie. And when you start to travel to these other countries, you start to realize, like, damn, we are nice. You know, American women make it seem like we animals. Until you go to other countries, you be like, girl, we are not animals. not compared to some of our brothers in other countries. Have you ever, he said, have you seen an American in their 50s simping the color? Oh yeah. I see plenty of dudes in their 50s simping. You know what? I can't say that. I can't say that. Usually when I see dudes in their 50s, I don't call it simping. Y'all want to be honest, as a dude in my 50s, I see a lot of dudes in their 50s, they're desperate for love. They done smashed a bunch of chicks already for past 40 plus years. A lot of these dudes be desperate for love, and they don't care if they got to pay for it. They don't care if they got to be romantic with it. They don't care what they got to do to find love. A lot of dudes in their 50s, I see, you either have the players in their 50s that's going to be a player their whole life, like they 25, and you be looking at them like, dude, you do realize you 63. Man, I smashed all the young chicks. And you be looking at them like, go ahead, Pop, live your life, because that's how you want to be happy. Nothing wrong with that. Pop's 63. If he want to smash chicks for the rest of his life, why not? Then you got the other dudes on the other side of the pendulum that's like, man, I done what Pop doing, bruh. I'm trying to find me somebody serious, dog. And a lot of times they go about it the right way, and a lot of times I see guys go about it the wrong way. But usually the dudes over 50, they either trying to relive that player life for the rest of their lives. It's like a second swing of being able to smash chicks on the regular. Or you see dudes over 50 and they looking for something serious. And then you got to split that into 50, because 50% of them do it the right way. And then the other 50, they just think since I got my money, I can buy love, and it don't never work out. Yeah, where's love? Yep. Where's love? The Aquatics. He said they play after 7. That's the program. Yeah. I'm just saying, guys, like she said, as a Muslim woman, we expect men to take responsibility because that's a part of our religious beliefs. So be it. Where's the father? Not where's the mother. Let's continue on.
I hear that, a woman has cheated on a man. I always blame the man. I find that when a woman cheats, it's pretty much always from a disrespectful place. I mean that in the sense of she doesn't respect her partner anymore. I've never seen it where a woman truly, genuinely, from the bottom of her heart, respects her man and is in admiration of her man and cheats. Okay, so to give a little bit more nuance, what I always say is that 80% of the time, it's...
Garfield said, just piggybacking off what my man saying, men's responsibility. Garfield says, he said, Dre, let's be real. A lot of older men are really the ones that's simping, though making it hard on us. Because you got to understand that one got more money. That one got more money than we or than us, than these young guys, or got more money than us young guys. You know what? You would think that the young guy simping is worse because you ain't got to. I'll say that again. Yours come across more like simping because you ain't even got to. You got youth, vitality, energy. You got everything on your side, but yet you simp as if you're scared. I'll say that again. Young dudes often simp as if they scared. So they got to throw money in the air like you just don't care. You don't be seeing that with the older dudes throwing money in the air. You don't be seeing the older dudes out there smashing chicks on the balcony and getting arrested. You don't be seeing the older dudes on World Star every time you turn around. Yeah, they have a form of simping, but y'all do it and y'all ain't got to. That's why y'all under 40 is always on World Star. Always arguing with some chick in DR. Always getting robbed. It's always the under 40 dudes, under 45 dudes. Always is some ish. Now, mind you, you're 100% correct. There are a lot of older simps. I'm not denying that part. And I mean a lot. That's unnecessary because we should know better by now. We should know that money can't buy you love, but we try to still do it anyway. We should know that if you buy her a Birkin bag, this South America, she don't even know what the difference between a Birkin bag is in a goddamn vacuum cleaner bag. But we will still sit up there and try to spoil her. So a lot of older simps are very insecure because we're older. And we, no matter how many times I say South America is set up for the older man as well as the younger man, older men will still simp because they scared, because subconsciously they think, no, Andre got to be lying. All those other brothers got to be lying. I know they married and got younger girlfriends and wives. No, they got to be lying. It's like the States. It's like the States. And so older dudes subconsciously open up their wallet so damn fast because they actually think, and they will boo up a pay for play in a minute because they actually think that it's like the States and can't nobody this young and attractive and beautiful and fun like my old 61-year-old aim. So a lot of older dudes simp because they scared. I'm gonna say that again. A lot of you old dudes don't want to admit that. Y'all simp because y'all scared. Y'all really think nobody's attracted to y'all. Y'all will sit up here and watch all of us older dudes just like you with young, beautiful women. We ain't have to buy. And you still would go out there and try to purchase a chick and then try to turn a pay for play into a housewife because you're so scared of really being with regular women that will be just as attracted to you, just like my wife was attracted to me. A lot of you older dudes are scared in the mother. Y'all be ain't no use you going to these other countries. You might as well take your butt back to the States if you're gonna be scared. If the only thing that you think that you can use to get a woman is money, man, they all want money. Every woman on the planet wants security, whatever type of security or stability that is. That's every woman. It's your job as a man to be a provider. So that's a given. Stop trying to act like, oh, every woman for sale. No. But at the end of the day, these women ain't. Let's put it like this. Every woman wants money, but not every woman is for sale. I'll say that again. Every woman does want money. financial stability. But you dudes purposely try to make wives out of pay-for-play chicks, and then go on YouTube and try to justify it to other dudes that's telling you, why are you getting with a pay-for-play? All these beautiful women in South America. Oh man, she needs somebody to give her a step up. Bruh, you are not Sally Struthers. For the price of a cup of coffee, we could feed Timmy and his mother for a month. You ain't Sally Struthers. Feed the children. What? It ain't your job to be rescuing chicks off the streets. But older dudes do that a lot. You rarely see younger dudes do that, trying to rescue some chicks off the streets. Now, every once in a while, you'll see a younger dude trying to boo up and wife up a pay-for-play. But for the most part, older dudes always trying to do that ish. They think as long as I got money, I can buy her, and that means I don't have to be alone. Because a lot of older dudes, to tell the truth, they loneliest. We talk about how lonely women are on the other side of the bed, and it's cold, and it's lonely, and it's empty. There's a lot of older dudes that are lonely and empty, and they're like, listen, I'm 65. I might got another good 10 years left in me. And I got all this money I've saved up my whole life, and I can't take none of this with me. So I'd rather buy my way out of loneliness than to actually have somebody that genuinely cares about me when I die. I would rather have a room full of women when I die than hope that somebody care about me. So a lot of older dudes, that's why they simp, because they're gonna be lonely. And they feel lonely. They go back to their Airbnb in their hotel rooms by themselves, and they feel lonely. I was feeling lonely in the States. I flew all the way to Colombia. They told me I wouldn't be lonely in Brazil. I wouldn't be lonely in Peru. I wouldn't be lonely in Ecuador. I wouldn't be lonely in DR. I wouldn't be lonely in Philippines. And a lot of older dudes feel lonely, so they like, F it. I'm a bad love. I only got 10 more years, and I got 20 years worth of money. And I can't take none of this with me, so I'm gonna buy my way out of loneliness. That's why older dudes simp. And that's why it's easy for younger women to get over on older men. And that's why you rarely see an older dude with a quality woman. I'll say it again. That's why you rarely see older dudes with a quality woman. Because they would rather buy a pay-for-play and keep them around for the rest of their lives than be with a quality woman. I said it.
Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie. Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of older dudes. I'm probably the first one that actually brought that out to the table. A lot of older dudes, they scared of dying alone. They were scared before they got off that plane. They weren't scared to fly. Think about it. We older dudes, we done had a hell of a lot of sex. So older dudes ain't like these 20 and 30-year-old dudes that just discovering sex over the last 10, 20 years. We've been running through chicks forever. So what is that caused us to come down here and spin the way that we do? Oh, these new groups of women. You've been coming down here for 10 years, bro. You passed that stage of just discovering Dominican women, just discovering Brazilian women. Why you keep coming down? And you ain't got nobody solidified? Because it's easier. Like I said, I got 20 years worth of money, and I only think with my health, I got 10 years left. And I can't take none of it with me. So I'm gonna buy my way out of loneliness. Because just like we be talking about women lonely, there's a lot of lonely ass men too. That's why they got their passports. A lot of them. And I'm not talking about the monk mode brothers that purposely went on monk mode and you staying focused. I ain't talking about you brothers. I'm talking about older dudes. I'm an older dude. A lot of you dudes do it because you lonely. It ain't because you horny. Your ass do not want to be alone in that Airbnb and you've been in Medellin for 3 days. You don't want to go see some sights and enjoy yourself and go fishing. All these Colombians down here go fishing. You ain't going fishing because you know when you come back with that fish and have somebody cook it up and you eat it and you have your drinks, You got to take your lonely ass back to that Airbnb by yourself. And so you spend all your days, instead of meeting somebody while you was fishing and meeting somebody while the female was cooking the fish for you, you rather go back to your Airbnb, you lonely for a couple hours. So then you go swipe, 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 buy a bitch, buy a bitch, buy a bitch, because your ass lonely. That's why. So that's why I don't trip on whether it be the older Garfield. That's why I don't trip on the older simp or the younger simp. Because like I said, the younger simp is just simping because he trying to showboat. The older simp, y'all simp because y'all lonely as fuck. Because y'all lonely. You can't show old dudes, no matter how much money you got, you will never be able to showboat more than a young dude. An old dude that's throwing money in the air look like a dumbass. A young dude that's throwing money in the air look like a baller. You can't out throw money in the air compared to young dudes. Let them have their era. You will never see me out there shaming some of these young brothers. You brothers that are 35, have your fun, bruh. 31, 29, 41. Everybody under 45, brother, have your fun. I'm not going to go to the club trying to pretend like I can keep up with y'all and act like y'all and dress like y'all. I had my era. The 2000s, the 90s, the 80s, I had mine. Go ahead and enjoy yours, young dude. But some of these old dudes are so freaking lonely, they look at y'all like competition in Medellin. You know how lonely older women try to compete with the young girls in the States? It's the same thing in South America with these older dudes. They try to compete and try to be just like y'all. And what tool do they use to compete against y'all? Money. Money. But at the end of the day, ain't nobody going to see them at the airport. Young dude, you got you a couple of young Colombian girls. They went to you to the airport with you, didn't they? They gave you a kiss on the cheek and they were crying as we're going to miss you until you come back, didn't they? Old dude, take your ass to the airport. Ain't nobody kissing you on your old ass cheek, is they? Ain't nobody crying when you get ready to get on that plane, are they? You been to Medellin how many times? Oh, 12 times? Ain't nobody ever cried for you, have they? Because every female you got with old dude was a pay for play. And pay for play be damn if she missed money going to the airport with your ass and you wasn't nothing but a customer. But don't nobody want to tell that story. And I'm saying the same thing to the Russian white boys that be going to the Philippines. Them dudes be taking their last bit of money going to the Philippines, hoping that somebody they could purchase love. All them white boys in Europe that be taking their butt to Thailand. I'm talking to you too, white boys. Everybody know that you're fat, lonely, be trying to purchase love. That's why you keep going back and forth, back and forth. You run back to your country, make a little bit more money, or you take all your retirement pension and go to the Philippines or to Vietnam looking for love because you don't want to die alone. It's lonely in that Airbnb, ain't it? It's big. You got a nice Airbnb. What, three bedrooms? That's a nice Airbnb. Oh, you got to rent it out for the month? Go ahead, white boy. I ain't mad at you in Thailand for the whole month. And all you do is go from purchasing a chick to purchasing a chick. You go from the bar girl to bar girl, drink girls to drink girls to drink girls, just so you can keep running away from that loneliness. Because if you dare go back to that Airbnb while you in Thailand one night by yourself, the you who you were in Europe is going to show its face. What do I mean? That lonely mother who you were in Europe, the day that you have a night by yourself in Thailand, you're going to realize that you still that lonely dude. That goes for you brothers too in Brazil. That's why you do pay for play and you're not patient enough, older dudes, to get you a quality younger woman that will be on your team. Because be damned if you sit up in that Airbnb with that air conditioner by yourself one night in Medellin, that lonely dude who you are in the States gonna show his face Why you in Medellin? Y'all some lonely motherfuckers. And the only thing y'all try to do is use money to buy love and to buy companionship and to buy affection. And you've been coming to DR how many years? And it still ain't work, has it? It still ain't work, has it? If you have one night in DR by yourself, you feel lonely as hell, don't you? Ain't no DR chick ever met you at the airport. How long you been going to DR? You ain't never had one. Everybody know Latin women go meet, if they don't do nothing, they go meet you at the airport. You ain't had one meet you at the airport? One? Because all you do is buy chicks. And if you gotta always buy chicks, they ain't gonna never meet you at the airport. Ain't nobody gonna shed no tears for you. Ain't nobody gonna shed no tears for you leaving, and they gonna shed no tears for you coming. All of us dudes can attest that when you find a serious Latin woman in these countries, oh, she gonna meet you at the airport. Why? Because she don't want another woman to meet you at the airport. She gonna drop you off at the airport. Why? Because she don't want another chick to drop you off at the airport. Am I lying? But you old dudes, ain't nobody met you at the airport, have they? Because all you do is come to these countries. And I ain't telling you what to do with your money or your time. You got 10 years left on this planet, and you got 20 years worth of money. I ain't mad at you, brother. I kid you not. I ain't mad at you. Do your thing. So I'm not coming at you. So all you old dudes, don't be like, man, F you, Dre. Bro, I'm not coming at y'all. I'm just showing the younger dudes that don't think that dudes gonna be criticizing y'all being simps, because there's a lot of old ass dudes that simp, but they just do it in a different way for a different reason. See, you young dudes ain't thinking about dying alone. Y'all simp because y'all sit back and think, I can look at me, I can get off, I can get them all. Older dudes simp because they don't want to be alone or die alone. You don't want to be in that Airbnb alone, and you dang sure don't want to die in that Airbnb alone. And we don't want to talk about all the older brothers and white dudes that have died over the last 5-6 years just from being old. They got found in Medellin. Nobody drugged them. Nobody robbed them. It's just all of a sudden, guess who died in DR? Well, you know he was 63. You know he was 71. So-and-so died in Medellin. Well, you know he was 59 years old. One of the reasons I sit my tail down, because I am an older dude. And I ain't going out like y'all. I'm going to have me a happy wife, a happy life, some kids, a couple of properties around the world. I'm going to have some good friends like you guys. I'm going to have some good friends in every country that we go to. I'm going to go fishing. I'm going to go bowling. I'm going to go to some museums. I ain't going out like y'all. Hell no. I watch you other older dudes. Y'all make it too hard to be older. Y'all make being an older dude too, it ain't got to be this hard. You should be happy for the younger dudes. Let the younger dudes simp for females. It should not be any older dudes like our age simping over some chicks, buying pay for plays. Everybody know that we look so embarrassing because everybody know that you doing it because you lonely. Everybody knows it. You are not hiding that. When you buying these chicks, I'm gonna help her with her life, man. I'm gonna help her get out of the situation. I bought her an apartment. I do all that. It just screams, I'm just a lonely dude with money. And I ain't trying to check you in regards to what you do with your 10 years, 12 years you got left. And I'm not trying to check you about your money. But at the end of the day, you dudes, I know as an older dude what you doing it for. You can't compete with the young dudes. You too scared to think that the younger ladies want you too. I've been trying to tell y'all, and all these other dudes I've been trying to show y'all for years. South American women love older dudes, but you too scary and too lonely to believe what we're saying. So you believe your money to go ahead and go and keep on buying these baddies. Keep buying them, bruh. But all I'm saying is, don't nobody see why you buying them. Don't you ever, I don't care how y'all laugh. Y'all get together in y'all old man groups and y'all laugh about all the chicks that y'all smashed. Look at what I got my phone down. I got all these chicks. Look, in DR, I had, look at right here, when I was in Brazil, I had, you an old dude. You should be embarrassed. As an old dude, what's the one thing we learn to do? Shut the hell up. Let young dudes show off the ladies in their phones. Old dudes, we should be discreet. Hey, I ain't smashed nobody. I ain't slept with nobody. I ain't been with nobody. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. All you old dudes always got to throw y'all cell phones up and show off photos and throwing pictures all up in the WhatsApp groups like y'all young. Is it that? Dude, is being in our 50s that sad for you? Being in the 60s, is it that sad? Being 63, is it that sad for you? Because I know when I hit 63, I'm going to have you think I got an ego in my 50s? Bruh, in my 60s, I'm going to be hell on wheels. You think I'm gonna just all of a sudden like, oh man, I'm in my 60s. Andre ain't gonna love me no more. Shh. As many of these young dudes and as many older dudes in their 60s and 50s in Andre family with their younger women. Shh. I see it all the time here with Colombian dudes. You think I'm gonna get scared? You think I'm scared of 60s? You older dudes might be scared of being older, but there are some of us that are older are thanking God that we even made it this far. I'm gonna say it again. Some of you dudes are afraid of being older, but there are some of us that thank God that we even made it this far. Kevin Samuels died at what, 55, 54? I'm 57. There is no rule in the rule book that could have said Andre passed at 54 and Kevin Samuels is still around kicking. Some of us are appreciative of getting older. And we celebrate the young dudes. Come on down, young dudes. Do your thing. We made mistakes too, young dude. I understand. Don't get yourself drugged. Don't get yourself robbed, young dude. But have a fun. Come on down to Cartagena, young dude. Oh, you going to Rio? I see. Oh, you going in February. You going to the Carnival, young dude. Do your thing, young dude. Enjoy your youth. You should be helping these young dudes celebrate their youth in a safe way. What are you old dudes doing? Trying to compete with the young dudes. I can scroll through my phone. I got bad bitches too. Look at me. I'm glad I'm doing old age my way and you doing elderly your way. I'm older. Y'all elderly. Y'all act like y'all about to die tomorrow. I'm going to get all the coochie right now and I'm going to spend all my money right now. Because tomorrow ain't promised to nobody. Tomorrow promised to Andre until it ain't no more tomorrows. My faith is like that. You dudes are like tomorrow ain't promised to nobody. Me, tomorrow is promised to me until there ain't no more tomorrows. I'm one of the dudes that assume tomorrow gonna come. I'm gonna be 81 assuming that 82 gonna come. I'm gonna walk around like I'm 82. I'm gonna take care of my health. I just got my checkup this week, full body checkup. They said, you still healthier than your wife. And Andrea healthy. We eat healthy around this house. When they was like, your cholesterol like this, your blood is like this, or you ain't no diabetes problem. You can work a little bit on your glucose, but you still ain't bad. I'm gonna be like this in my 80s. I ain't gonna be walking around like you dudes trying to pay for no chicks because I'm scared that tomorrow might be my last tomorrow. Tomorrows keep coming until my last tomorrow don't make it. And when it don't make it, I won't even know it. This is why the old dudes be simping, because they scared and they lonely. And they try to be like you young dudes instead of letting you young dudes have your turn and having fun. What's the number one thing I always say about you young dudes? Just be careful. Just be safe. I don't be like, y'all need to get married. Have y'all ever heard me do a marriage, gotta get married episode? Ever? Me and Andrea ever did a video where we was like, hey, y'all need to get married? We ain't never told y'all that. But you want to sit back and you want to compete with the young dudes, knowing that, not even realizing you the prize. I'll say that again. Older dudes are the prize. I'm sorry, young dudes, but they are. They like older dudes in the Latin community. It is what it is. It is what it is, guys. I see it all the time. Yes, there's a huge pool of younger Colombianas that won't date an older dude, but there is just as big of a pool that will date older dudes and will do it with pride. Would do it with pride, because young dudes F up too much. So they come to us older dudes because we ain't as prone to F up in certain areas.
Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie. Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie.
A woman stop respecting a man, and 20% of the time, it's trauma. I think that some women have experienced such horrendous things, no matter how good something is, they'll sabotage it. I still always blame men for that, because I think as a man, you should be competent enough to see your partner and see the chinks in the armor and understand that we all have a life story.
So many people rather watch their relationship fail than admit that they're wrong. They'd rather lose their partner than lose an argument. The fear of accountability lives amongst so many people because they hate having to look at their partner and say, I'm sorry. Say it's my fault. You're so scared of being accountable that you're willing to watch your lady walk out that door, but yet you're gonna watch her walk out and say, I don't have to apologize. It's her fault for getting upset. I only reacted that way because of her. No, you only reacted that way because you're emotionally immature.
I asked you if we were okay. You said everything was fine. I didn't shake that feeling that I had, and so when you went to sleep, I went through your phone. And then I came and I asked you again, are we okay? Is there anything you want to tell me? And you said, no, stop asking that stupid question. You always want there to be a problem with us. As if I want there to be issues. And then I showed you the proof. And instead of you taking accountability, you said, how dare I go through your private phone? Instead of acknowledging that there shouldn't have been anything in your phone to start with. And so now, instead of you being accountable, I'm having to prove to you that you can trust me. When you're the one that broke my trust. Manipulation. Deflection. They're a runner, not accountable. And so many couples deal with this on a daily basis. Instead of them taking responsibility for what they've done, they want to pinpoint the one minute thing that you did in order to shift the blame, transfer the conversation somewhere else, make you be responsible for being better, for doing more, when they're the one that holds the responsibility for what you're currently going through. Your intuition, I call it the Holy Spirit. Don't dim that voice to make someone else feel comfortable. If you hear it, ask, check, investigate. And while marriage does take two, the effort has to be coming from both sides. The person who did the wrong should definitely be the first one in the trenches fixing it. Marriage takes effort, so put it in.
She said, no, there's something that I need to tell you. And I said, is it bad? And she said, yes. And I said, is it about the marriage? And she said, yes. And then we began to drive back. And I had this sinking feeling in me. And we drove for about 5 minutes in silence, and then I went to put my hand on her lap, and she said, don't touch me, because you won't want to after I've told you what's happened. And I said, what's happened? And she said, I've been having an affair with a man from work. And I remember just tears began to stream. I didn't move, completely motionless. Tears began to stream. And then she said, and that's not all. And she said, I'm pregnant with this child. Damn. And in that moment, I felt like I lost a lot. You know, I'd lost my wife. I'd lost the life we created. I'd lost the dog, our home, her her parents-in-law, her family, everything that I'd really held dear. If someone said, what makes a meaningful life? I would have described these things. And it felt like they'd just been snatched away, just came crumbling down like a house of cards.
More often than not, when women are in relationships, whenever there's a problem, they always blame their ex or their current partner for their actions. They blame you for being distant, even though it was her being distant in the first place. Whenever you could go like, hey, we need to work on our communication, you constantly give me the silent treatment whenever I talk. Instead of taking accountability, they'll play the victim like, well, no, I don't give you the silent treatment. You just never understand where I'm coming from and why would I want to talk to you. You know I have troubles with communication whenever they get caught cheating. They always blame the man, and they always go for one thing, which is, you never gave me enough validation. You never made me feel special or pretty.
So let me get this right. It's your fault that your partner cheated? Your fault they exchanged numbers, told them intimate details about your relationship, and ultimately wound up having a physical or emotional affair? All while you were working, like literally working on the relationship. And you know what happens with the rebound, right? They start telling them how unhappy they are with you, how you're so difficult to deal with, how you're the one cheating. You know, just telling lies around town to justify not only to the rebound, but to themselves. To make them feel comfortable with the fuckery that they're pulling behind your back. And that same level of justification they convince themselves causes them to detach from you, to be distant, to act mean as hell towards the end. See, they didn't know in the moment, but they convinced themselves that you wasn't it, that you're the bad one, that you're the problem in the relationship, not them. Know why? Because everybody don't like the word accountability. Everybody don't want to work on a relationship. They don't want to give their all to you. Well, because it's easier to find a new supply to invest energy into. So this way they never have to address their own personal inadequacies or issues.
I get a lot of hate for this. But I am so effing tired of the amount of emotional labor that comes with dating black men.
Still talking about accountability. This sister is going to blame all her trauma on black men. Not her choices of men, but on black men as a whole.
I am so tired of the lack of commitment, the lack of support, the lack of encouragement, the lack of money. Like, I don't know what to do from this point on, but I can tell you one thing. My interest in dating another black man is like 1% at this point. They want us to be ride or dies until they get their shit together, and then they don't want to support us in return. They don't want to commit to us. They don't want to marry us. But then they want all the benefits of being a husband without actually proposing to us. I need someone who's intentional in every single aspect.
So she assumed that it's white men that's going to be intentional because black men, based off of her, were not.
Accountability goes both ways. So when you put it out there like you this person, but you're not getting them results, most likely you have to take a look in the mirror. It ain't that hard. It really ain't.
One of the hardest things that I had to do in my adult life is take accountability. I had to accept my role in the process of heartbreak. So I was once married and I destroyed that marriage. I cheated on my spouse and he was not deserving of that. I was selfish.
The world needs more accountable women. So what is accountability and why is it so important? It is simply the state of being responsible for one's actions or mature in your thinking and behavior. The right woman will exude accountability in all things. This is the type of woman that every man should marry, and here are 5 reasons why. Number 1, the right woman will always seek a mutually beneficial relationship with a man. The right woman will know if a man is really worth her time. She will date on purpose, not carelessly or frivolously, but she is calculated in her dealings. Her goal is marriage, a permanent living relationship. She will recognize that a man's worth is not based only upon his economic status, but other priceless intangibles that bring value to her life, such as his leadership, protection, spiritual guidance, and intimate love. Number 2, the right woman will compete against other women for his time and selection. She knows that her beauty and her time is limited. Every opportunity to be in his presence, every kind gesture, and every generous act that he performs for her will not be taken for granted, but will be deeply appreciated. She knows that other women want him too, so she strives to make the first and last impression unforgettable. Number 3, the right woman will behave with the utmost respect and loyalty for her man. She conducts herself appropriately in all things. Social media is inconsequential. From now on, she receives the attention that she needs from her man alone. The right woman is not perfect, but is perfectly capable of inspiring greatness. She refuses to let her peace, purity, and pleasure to be squandered. These gifts are reserved only for her man. Number 4, the right woman will align herself with her man's values and goals. Both must walk in agreement. Both must be committed to the success of the relationship. The right woman will gladly take her place of cooperation with a man who knows where he is going and has a plan to get there.
Facts.
She will eagerly assist him in his endeavors. Number 5, to each other.
Enough.
Same type of experiences and people in your life and think that everybody is the issue. Oh, everybody you come across is the problem? No. When you gonna sit here and take a look in the mirror and really be responsible? When you gonna take a look in the mirror and actually be accountable? And take the punch that you need to, right? Look in that mirror, because something ain't aligning. Maybe it's actually time for you to stop judging everybody else and start looking at your stuff. Take a look in the mirror, because it says right here in Matthew chapter 7 verse 2, it says, do not judge or you too will be judged. It says, for in the same way you judge others, you will be judged, and with the measure you use, it will be measured unto you. Oh, and shall we keep reading it as well? Because in verse 3 it says, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it right quick. So really though, all jokes aside, why is it that you keep attracting the same people that you keep attracting in your life? Is it some belief about yourself? Maybe it's a little bit of low self-esteem. Maybe it's some parts of you that really don't align. Why do you keep staying around for those types of treatment with me and with friends? Oh, okay, maybe it's something that's still on the line. Oh, okay, you still staying at that job that didn't give you a promotion, right? They said that when you got hired, you was gonna get a promotion after a certain amount of period of time. Oh, but you still there? Okay, maybe it's still some underlying subconscious beliefs that you have not increased your awareness upon. And it's fine, sis. We all have to do this work. But what I'm here to tell you is that you can't be out here looking at everybody else and thinking that everybody else is the problem without looking at yourself. So let's switch up the questions and stop asking, why do people keep doing this? Why do people keep doing that? And let's start saying, why am I allowing it? Why am I still staying here? What version of me is still aligning with these beliefs to think that I am unworthy of having this? Where is this coming from? Do I really believe this to be true? Let's start asking ourselves the proper questions. And if you would like more help, feel free to join my Beauty Within Her Inner Circle community. That is literally a community full of empowered women, elite women who are on this journey to self-discovery as well. We're all growing in Christ. We're all becoming the best versions of ourselves. And we're all doing this work, and we're here to hold you accountable and spiritually uplift you, okay? So get in the community or book your one-on-one session with me.
Let me be the one to say it, and I know you guys are going to come for me. Be nice. The reason why some women will stay stuck, and I mean like stuck for a long time with absolutely no movement, no improvement in their life, is because many women lack accountability. You are quick to point the finger. However, you are slow to look in the mirror. The person you see when you look in the mirror is the person that's going to save your ass every single time. You need to take accountability for your life. Take control. Stand in your power. When you point the finger and blame, you're giving away your power. When you can't be honest with yourself about your downfalls, If you mess up, acknowledge it. If you know you can do better, do better. And I get it, past things and circumstances are a thing to consider, but let's not focus on that. Like, just don't make that part bigger than what it needs to be. Because regardless, if you're standing in your power, none of that matters. The past does not matter. Old circumstances do not matter. And that's because we're focusing on the now, like the right now. All you need to do is focus on doing your best. Show up for yourself, put your best foot forward, and never stop getting up. The more you take ownership of your actions, of your choices, and everything in between, your life will change so fast. Oh, like how powerful that is? Like, seriously. Like, no, just think about it. Please. Like, seriously. You need to be ready to call yourself out before anyone else can. I think one of the worst things that you can do is to wait for someone else to call you out on your bullshit. You knew you were bullshitting, but you allowed that to be your standard. Don't do that. Hold yourself to a higher standard and also hold those around you to a higher standard. And just think about what's gonna happen when you and your circle all have high standards. Like, there's nowhere to go but up. Anyways, if you're a woman and you are on the journey or on your way to leveling up and getting to the next level in your life, no matter what that looks like for you, make sure you go ahead and follow me. Also, click the link in my bio, check out some of the free resources that I have for you. And yeah, welcome to the fam, sis.
Some of y'all got anger issues. They've been undiagnosed. Some of y'all got anger issues. Talking about it's cultural, talking about I'm passionate. You're angry. Sir, you're angry, ma'am. It's not even a mental illness. Some of y'all just got undiagnosed anger. You're an angry person. And you know what I don't like? I don't like black women hiding behind the I'm not the angry black woman trope. I don't like how you can't say you angry because you're black, because you're a black woman. If you angry, you angry. Some of y'all got undiagnosed anger. You in denial. I must have needed to say, I think I needed to say that for the last couple of years. If you angry, you angry. Best thing you could do is be honest. Best thing you could do is be honest about it and be like, you know what? I am angry. Yeah. Take your little angry self to some anger management. Take your little angry self to therapy. Or you know what? Don't you even got to do all that. Take your little angry self home. Just do that. Take your angry self home. You don't gotta do nothing. You don't gotta spend a dime. I ain't spending nothing on you though. If you angry, you angry. You messing up people's energy. You messing up people's environment. You coming in dropping problems on people. You an angry person. I don't care if you black. You angry. If you angry, you an angry black woman. You an angry black man. You angry and white. You angry. If you angry, you angry. I needed to say that.
I notice a lot of y'all do not like to acknowledge when you up. Before you get defensive, before you get offended. Me too. And I think this is largely because of how we address ourselves when we make mistakes. Partially because of how we are conditioned in childhood. You see, for many of us, when we were met by our caregivers with discipline, criticism, blame, and constant critique. And this kind of upbringing can deeply ingrain a fear of making mistakes. If I make a mistake, I gotta hear that I'm gonna avoid making a mistake at all costs. And being met in this way, what it does is it teaches us to associate our errors or our mistakes with punishment and negative judgment, rather than what they actually are, and those are opportunities for growth. So when you mess up as an adult, that old script plays in your head. You jump to self-criticism, you jump to blame because that's what you've learned. And it's become a defense mechanism. It leads to shame.
Man, I can't hear a word she's saying beyond those dang fingernails. I ain't focused on, is it just me? Them fingernails looking like panther claws.
There is no reason that you are still choosing to hang around people who support your ignorance. And you also have to learn how to differentiate between haters and people who are trying to lovingly correct you. Sometimes your homegirl is not hating on your outfit. She's just trying to let you know that the establishment that you guys are going to does not warrant that type of outfit appropriate. And she's trying to save you from embarrassing yourself. You can't handle correction. You can't handle accountability. You can't handle when people are telling you that you're not up to par in a certain area. But the people who really love you and who really care about you are not going to let you stay in a situation that they know that you're better than without saying anything to you. Choose the people around you wisely, because like they said, show me your friends and I'll show you your future.
Wise older woman is ashamed of today's modern women.
It's the women. It ain't the men no more. The women going bad. The women's going bad. It ain't the men's now. It's the women done gone bad.
You gonna flip the script on us?
Yeah, it's the women done gone bad.
You a woman yourself.
I'm a woman myself, but I don't do half the things I see these women do now.
They don't care no more.
Well, that's when the men don't respect them. That's why. Let me tell you something, Amber. You got to give a man respect to get respect. You know what I'm saying? You got to give your husband respect to get respect. Because as long as you respect him, ain't too much he gonna do wrong.
Learning to take accountability and apologize to people is an important part of being in good relationships with people. Because we're not ever going to always get it right. We're not ever going to not make mistakes. We are fallible. This flesh suit makes us prone to making error. It's this thing, whether we like it or not, is dying and corroding every single day. That in itself lets you know that there are going to be flaws. We are flawed. So it's an important skill set to develop to be able to apologize to people.
So y'all were okay with being fat and sleeping around with whoever you wanted to when Biden was in office. But now that Trump is in office, you ready to just get fine and get healthy and stop doing what you want to do with your body. It took for Kamala to lose for y'all to say, oh my God, I should probably stop opening my legs to whoever I want to. I should probably stop eating whatever I want to. I should probably change my attitude and be a better person. It took for somebody who doesn't know you, ain't never gonna meet you, care about you as a person, as an individual, for you to be like, it's time for me to get fined. The amount of women that I've seen make that post, I'm gonna get fined. This could be my finest 4 years of my life. You done wasted 45 years of your life, 30 years of your life, 27 years of your life, and you now decide to get fined and fit because Kamala lost? She lost. But I hate the fact that this is like a trend. Now the sisterhood is all, let's get fined. Let's of course, let's decenter men even more. Let's bring back the 4B movement. Let's start being more healthy. We really need to think about this. Should not be a trend of being healthy, of being kind, of being good people, of treating your body like it's not a piece of meat. That's not a trend. That should be a lifestyle thing. And this is like a joke. But again, I'm glad y'all, I guess y'all waking up. But the sad thing is, it takes a stranger to lose an election for you to decide that I'm tired of being obese.
Yeah, a lot of fellas is going through the same thing. It's almost like bipolar. One day she's happy, the next day she's crying. And I understand what you're saying too, because a lot of men, they don't have time for extracurricular activity. They work so hard, their mind is set on getting a house with the picket fence, the American dream. So they're working all these hours, killing themselves so they can put down that $30,000 down payment. So we're focusing on our future and they're focusing on now, or they're focusing on themselves. So they're all over the place. And sometimes, most of the time, they're going to be holding on to their phones because that's their mindset. That phone is their connection to the world. And they love being connected to all these men and attention. They love attention. You're welcome.
Facts. So when it comes to Accountability. I'm not going to say we all need to take accountability. That's true. But tonight's topic is not about us all. It's about the ladies. And this is a global epidemic that's taking place. Do not think because you got a passport, gentlemen, and you go to another country that you don't have to vet to see if you have a woman that's willing to take accountability. And I like what one brother said. He said, if you got a woman that's willing to take accountability, she's a keeper. If she's willing to take accountability of her actions and to learn from them, she's a keeper. Keeper. At the end of the day, gentlemen, the decisions are all up to you. So don't let anybody else, including myself, convince you otherwise. My name is Andre of Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. Shout out to you guys for being here. Let me scroll down, make sure I got everybody. I'm collecting data says this. I have a question about protection of property for foreign citizens in Colombia. Colombia is spelled with 2 O's. No U. Owning a condo. I am collecting data. Let me know what you mean by protection. Are you talking about insurance? Because if you're talking about insurance, they have homeowners insurance here just like they have it in the States. It's no different. You know, the fire insurance, the flood insurance, you have all those type of insurances down here to protect you as well. Good question. Is that what you're talking about? If you're talking about police protection, you need to ask yourself, what area are you buying a condo in or where you need that type of protection? Because at the end of the day, if you buy a place like in where we are now, we got security on the left side. There's a whole security area as far as coming into the building. And then on the right side, there's another. That's right. Protection from Chewy. Shout out to Chewy in the building. Protection for Chewy. Protection for on the right hand side. So we got protection on both sides, on the left hand side and on the right hand side. So if you're talking about protection, you want to make sure that you get a condo in a complex or in a building that has security guards in the building. It's just like in the States. Just like in the States. But let me let you gentlemen go. Have a great evening. We've been here 4 hours. I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. And thank you guys for supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chats, and those who joined the Patreon. Appreciate you, gentlemen. Let's get ready for these outros. Oh, yeah.